Honorable members, colleagues, and our guests, good morning and welcome to the joint session of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, as well as the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Let me acknowledge the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Dr. Mkhize, who is with us. We will be sharing the chairing duties today. Let me just make sure that you can all hear me because it's all quiet. I hope I'm not talking to myself.
Good morning, Chair. You're loud and clear.
Thank you, Honorable.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning,
You're
Chair.
not dealing with ghosts here.
Especially when people are
it's
not
just
sure.
very cold, but we're all alive.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for being here. So, let me welcome once again our guests from Matlosana, and I'm just going to ask that we first are introduced to the delegation, and I'm going to ask the mayor to do so, to do so, and then we will proceed and get on with the initial presentation, which shall continue hopefully until about 10 o'clock. But can I please invite the executive mayor to come on screen, introduce the delegation, and then may I also ask that in your opening remarks, you also provide the two committees with the context, and that context is the nature of the intervention. I think it's a financial recovery plan, so that the members of the committees are in alignment in terms of what your governance and operating context is. Over to you, May.
Good morning, Chairperson and the other chairperson, the co-chairs, the honorable members, the colleagues. My name is Fikile Mahlope. I am the executive mayor of the city of. I am accompanied by the municipal manager, Mayor Lesego Siametso. I'm accompanied also by the MPEC chairperson, Mr. Tagari, Farouk Tagari. I'm accompanied also by the director, corporate, Mr. Mwabelo, and also Dr. Ditsobotla, who is a PER, which is the provincial executive rep, deployed by the provincial government as part of the intervention, which is the financial recovery plan. Chair, as you remember, the city of Matlosana had requested a voluntary intervention from the province. We were then later moved from the voluntary to a mandatory recovery plan, which was gazetted by the MEC Mosenugi of Finance. Chair, I don't know if I have to go through the terms of reference of the PER. I will quickly rush to them. I had also requested the team to submit them officially to the committee so that the committee can familiarize themselves with the terms of reference, which are actually a government gazette that was gazetted.
So, sorry, may I propose that you just do the narrative, so you don't need to read them. They are being sent to, or they've been sent to our secretariat. They will distribute that gazette to all of the members. So just take us just at a high level what is entailed in that gazette. If there are any questions, those will be asked in the discussion.
No, thank you, Chairperson. The high level of the intervention, as I've indicated, is that we had, as the city, requested for an intervention, and then later we were then moved to mandatory, and this was gazetted. So the terms of reference for this assumption of the responsibility of Dr. Ditsobotla as a PER moved from the two PERs that were sent previously, which was Tate Mosala and Mayor Edith Tukakhomu. Then they beefed it up with a mandatory intervention. in terms of section 1395C, where identified powers and functions of council were also included there. Also included some administrative functions powers, but this was to beef up, particularly chairperson, to focus on the critical issues of governance and also stabilizing governance, which is amongst other things, management of debtors, including revenue enhancement, management of creditors, including prioritization of payments, improvement of level and quality of service provision, conduct of continuous engagements, continuous monitoring of evaluation from an FRP point of view, measures of FRP impact against said key performance, but also aligning senior management performance agreements in line with the FRP. So those are critical issues that the PER is focusing on, but we would engage on it as the engagement continues, Chair, so that we can elaborate the improvement since the intervention was then introduced to the city of Matlosana. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So we are going to give you about 45 minutes from now on to just do your presentation. Now, let me say by way of the structure of the proceedings is that you will do your presentation. We will then go to question time to give the members of the committees an opportunity to engage with you. We intend to take a break or finish this session that involves Matlosana at 1:30 p.m. And then this is also for the members. We will then take a 30-minute break, and then we will proceed because the House is no longer taking place this afternoon, so there is no need for us to only resume in the evening with the next session, so that hopefully we can have everybody going to bed on time. So that is the intention. So I will still leave it up to you then, Mayor, for you guys to do your presentation. It's going to be 1:15 soon. So my suggestion is that you try and be done with your presentation by 10 o'clock, and then we'll go straight to questions. If you finish earlier, I will be happy as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, I would be leading the presentation.
Please,
If there'll be any additions, then it will be through the chair to allow the administration to add. Chairperson, the report presents a comprehensive assessment of the state of governance within the city of Matlosana municipality. It also outlines key institutional and financial, including service delivery challenges, while highlighting, Chairperson, the strategic interventions aimed at restoring stability and improving performance, Chairperson. The report itself is a true reflection of the state of governance without us hiding anything, and we are going to lay our challenges bare, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, over the period of 2021, 2022 to 2024, 2025, the city of Matlosana continued to experience governance and financial management challenges reflected in qualified audit opinions issued by the Auditor General. Chairperson, the key findings related to mainly to revenue management, including the accuracy and completeness of water and electricity billing, the debtors management and asset management, compliance within the legislation, and also the weaknesses in key internal controls, Chairperson. While the municipality has implemented audit action plans and strengthened governance and oversight mechanisms to address these findings, progress has not been at a desired pace. That must be indicated, Chairperson, resulting in recurring findings in certain areas. The municipality remains committed, however, Chairperson, to improve governance and strengthen financial controls, enhancing accountability, also improving revenue management process in implementing sustainable and corrective measures, Chairperson. The audit outcomes over the past 3 years, Chairperson, the outcome of 2024 and 25, there was a qualified audit opinion, and 2023-24, a qualified audit opinion, 2022 and 23, unqualified audit opinion. Chairperson, when we get into the challenges of the infrastructure project and compliance project management and overall status, the municipality has implemented a number of infrastructure projects aimed at improving water, sanitation, and roads and electricity services. Chairperson, over the period under review, a capital funding investment from both completed and ongoing projects with expenditure were directed towards maintaining existing infrastructure, addressing infrastructure backlog, and expanding access to basic service delivery. Chairperson, this is on the basis that we are experiencing a serious problem of redundant or old infrastructure. As you'd also note that the city of Matlosana has been a city that is growing, and due to not proper planning, that was a relationship between human settlement and us, we then experience serious challenges when it comes to sewer and water reticulation, which is something that we are addressing. So several projects were successfully completed and are in operational, while others remain at various stages of implementation. The progress on certain projects were also affected by challenges relating to project planning, contract performance, procurement process, budget constraint, and implementation delays. Chairperson, this is as a result of what I've raised previously around planning issues. The municipality has also strengthened project monitoring, contract management, and oversight mechanism to improve compliance and enhance project execution, Chairperson. While overall infrastructure projects continue to contribute to service delivery improvements with ongoing efforts focused on completing outstanding projects with approval budget and timeframes while maximizing value for money. Chairperson, I must indicate while there's improvement, we're still having challenges with relate to our sewer based on us increasing our sewer reticulation process through our sewer outfalls. That is why the city of Matlosana is experiencing such. We are in a process of making sure that we increase our sewer outflows with a project that we have implemented in Joburton. The other one we have implemented is in Kuma. Chairperson, I must indicate that we have terminated a contractor due to poor performance in Kuma, and we are in the process of appointing a new one. Chairperson, I am not going to get into details because we have submitted a table, a full table of the projects within the municipality from 2024 and 2025. What we have done is that we have put an item of the project, an annual performance target, a budget, an adjustment budget, and expenditure. Chairperson, it's a total of pages, of 2 pages. If the chair allows me, should I go through them or take it as the chair and the committee has them? But I can quickly go to the critical ones, Chairperson, for the committee. These are the critical project of construction of a water supply pipeline in Joburton Reservoir to Kanana, with the budget of 10 million, an adjustment budget of 15 million, expenditure of 13 million. And the upgrading of sections of outfall sewer pipeline in Joburton on a budget of 23 million, an adjustment budget of 22, and expenditure current 19 million. These are the projects that are currently being implemented. Paving of a 1.74 kilometer taxi route with a budget of 9 million, an adjustment budget of 9 million, and expenditure of 7 million currently. The paving of taxi route in with construction of stormwater drainage by a budget of 10 million, adjusted with 4 million, and current expenditure of 3 million. A development of cell 3 landfill site, which is a budget of 32 million and adjustment of 27 and expenditure of 21. Construction of IMAS lights in Kuma, a budget of 2 million, and currently we have not adjusted, and expenditure is still at 0. Upgrading of existing fresh produce market phase 2, which a budget of 2 million and adjustment budget of 2 million, as well as an expenditure of about 2 million. So upgrading of Tihane Sports Field, a budget of 6 million, the adjustment of 2 million, and expenditure of 1 million, and construction of a new taxi facility with a budget of 7 million and adjustment of 7 million, expenditure of 6 million. Construction of youth development center of a budget of 18 million, and adjustment of 2 million, and expenditure of 1 million, which we have just currently appointed. A construction of 1.2 milliliters of reinforced concrete reservoir as an alternative source alternative source of water, with a budget of 5 million, expenditure of 1 million, and adjustment of 1 million. The upgrading of sections of sewer pipeline in Kuma, 12 million is a budget, and adjusted with 1.6, and then expenditure at 1 million. Reconstruction of outside bond toilets expenditure of 30 million, adjusted with 20, expenditure of 18, refurbishment of water pump stations, a budget of 19, expenditure of 17, of 15, and adjusted with 17, upgrading of loop in, loop out medium voltage line, which is a 20 MVA substation. We have adjusted with 8 million. The budget was that we are about to complete this project, Chairperson. This is one of the projects that will be a milestone because it's the first 20 MVA that was going to supply and remove overloading from the city of Matlosana. The refurbishment of electrical and mechanical equipment with an adjustment of 234,000, and currently we have spent 203. This is just for designs and refurbishment of Joburg Reservoir. Also, we are at the stage of design and settling the financial payment of the new taxi rank, which we have completed. We are just dealing with the snake list, and we'll be handing it over. Approval of designs for reports of paving taxi roads at the design stage in Tihani, and settling of financial payment in the new taxi rank, and upgrading of roads within cemeteries. And these are the new ones, Chairperson, which are still at the design stage, and purchasing of crawler flows. Chairperson, the detailed information regarding our revenue collection is there. We've indicated there we have a table which we indicate a collection rate from the 1st of July 2025 to the 30th of June 2026. July 2025, we would see that the levies there is 239 million and received 141, and the collection rate is 59. And in August, this is 299 million, and we have received 160, and the percentage is 53. And in September, it's 272 million, and we've received 178, and the percentage there is 65. And in October, 257, and we have received 205 million, and the percentage there is 80. We are currently looking, if you see, Chairperson, there is fluctuation where we performed at 59, 53, 60, and then in October we performed at 80. We are trying to look at what actually we did wrong, and we have found out what we did right to us have received the 80% in terms of our performance. We will then give an explanation in that regard, because our collection rate is fluctuating, Chairperson. The 2020 November 25, 264, and then received 172 and 65%. And December 248, and we received 174 million, and the percentage is 70. And at January 26, 272, and we received 163, and then the percentage is 60. And in February, we levied 265, received 155, and the collection rate is 58. And in March, we levied 283, and then received 157, and our percentage was 55. And in April, 256 levied and 154, and our percentage is 60. May, we received 243 and 159, our percentage is 65. And June, 244 levied and 172 received, and the percentage is 71. Chairperson, the total overall is gives us a 63%, which as part of the financial recovery plan, we have put on systems to now work in it, because as we did our budget, our target and collection, we have put it at 70%. And it's after we've made an assessment on also our water losses and electricity losses, we have put in place the mitigation in terms of adopting our water loss strategy and electricity loss strategy. And we have seen a reduction in that regard. Chairperson, with the 80% we have received is on the basis that we had fully not compromised in terms of our revenue collection, which we then utilized. We worked with the law enforcement to make sure that we switch off what we're supposed to switch off, and we made sure that we collect. It was a bit hectic process, but it bear fruit. Chairperson, after that, we received a decline because there was serious resistance, and there were areas where were put as no-go areas by community members, and the law enforcement agency could not assist us further like they did because of the capacity they have. Because the city of Matlosana does not necessarily have the police because we are not a metro. So we relied on subs to assist us, and it worked. We are still in engagement with them to also assist us.
I want to know if you're not going to flag the presentation.
It can be flagged. Where is?
Okay, well, you figure it out with this.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I was asked whether the board would not be flagged. I requested that it be flagged. Sorry about the interruption. The information. Chairperson,
Yeah,
there is a
can
request
you-
for a report to be flagged.
What do you mean
And,
flagged? You mean to be put on the screen?
Yes, there's a request that is coming,
Yeah.
I think, from administration.
Yes, so remember, so your colleagues sent us a presentation, a 21 slide presentation. So when I was giving you until 10 o'clock, I was assuming that you would do that presentation because we're given slides. So but it's your choice. So I thought you taking the presentation as read. But I recommend putting up slides because it's difficult to keep up with the figures as you read them.
No, yes, Chair, it is understandable.
Yeah, so please, if we can just do that, you would then have the 30 minutes to 10 o'clock.
Yes, it will be reduced, Chair. Let's just, can we just get a minute or so for us to do that, Chair?
All right, thanks.
For it to be flagged, and I work on that one.
All right. Mayor, can you hear us? Okay, thank you.
Is it showing from your side, Chair?
Yes, it is, but please go to full screen mode so that the members and the public can see. The full screen mode is at the bottom.
Yes, we are busy doing that,
It's
Chair.
it's on your bottom right there, next to there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We were at COP City of Matlosana 5, which is we are getting into information relating to service delivery challenges, Chairperson. We just passed the slide that deals with where the Chairperson was speaking about the figures. We can go to the next slide. We have passed this slide. We're done with this. Is a slide, Chairperson. This is information relating to service delivery challenges, interventions. We have put on the road and stormwater challenges. We, in the presentation on the far left, is challenges, intervention, and possible solutions. Chairperson, I've indicated in the previous slide, which are related to this, that mainly part of our problems is aging infrastructure, which result into pothole and surface failures. The intervention is ongoing patching and road maintenance within the available resources, and also possible solutions in increased funding of road and rehabilitation and preventative maintenance. Chairperson, we had also received, which is not also included here, an intervention from a grant, which is about 20 million, which we are using for the stormwater as part of recovery. And that is not included here. I would request that it be included by administration and be resent to have a full information. Inadequate funding for routine preventative maintenance and road rehabilitation. The intervention there is identified as improved project monitoring and contract management, and the possible solution is replace and repair aging vehicles and plant equipment. Chairperson, the shortages of operation vehicles and plant equipment which is required in the municipality, and the intervention there is prioritizing the procurement of this fleet, and also a streamlined procurement process to improve the availability of material and equipment. And the other challenge that we are having is high vacancy rate, limited and internal capacity execute maintenance. And this will be implemented in a long-term infrastructure. And Chairperson, we have appointed almost all of our senior management. We are in a process of appointing an LED director. The only vacancy that we have is a CFO, due to the process that we have undertook of consequence management. The CFO was then dismissed, and we have already advertised the post, which it has already passed certain stages. Like the first stage, will be going to the second stage. Our anticipation is that we'll appoint within the time frame. We have a problem or a challenge of delays in procurement process, which is also something that has been highlighted by the FRP in terms of financial recovery plan. That the next slide is COM5, which is information relating to service delivery challenges and interventions, specifically to water services. Chairperson, we have an aging infrastructure resulting to frequent leaks and pipe burst in the city of Matlosana, and we have appointed the service providers for maintenance and material and water. We are working with Midval Water Company, which is our water source that we are working with. We have possible solutions of accelerating infrastructure, replacement and refurbishment of programs, and improved procurement. We have shortage of maintenance, material and water meters, and intervention is procurement of critical maintenance. We have a possible solution, which is improvement of procurement and a turnaround time in terms of supply chain. The delays there, Chairperson, in the implementation of service providers are also a challenges in the procurement process, and we have improved monitoring of stock levels of water as interventions. We have also increased investment operation vehicles to deal with the problem. We have a problem of high level of non-revenue water and budgetary constraint impacting on maintenance and infrastructure renewal. We are continuously implementing the water safety plan and 5 reliability plan, and critical is filling of critical technical vacancies, which we are in a process of dealing with, of attending to. Chairperson, the information related to service delivery challenges in sanitation is aging infrastructure, in which is infrastructure recurring of sewer blockages. I must say that, Chairperson, this is the elephant in the room. We have put all our energies in addressing it. We have also established a rapid response team, which is making an assessment so that we can be able in a position to attend to the sewer challenges. We have the interventions of ongoing maintenance and cleaning of water sewer networks, and we are prioritizing procurement and leasing of operational vehicles. Chairperson, one of our critical projects is to increase our sewer main falls. We have completed a project in Joburg, which we see the results because there is a reduction of sewer. We also are seeing a reduction in Stelfontein, Kuma, where we have also increased sewer pipelines. We part of the processes here, Chairperson, I'm not going to read verbatim, but also just to indicate that our main challenges were with our sewer plants that have been under attack in terms of vandalism. We have requested intervention from the law enforcement agencies. As you know, that our area is an area that was affected by Operation Valamgoti, and there seemed to be a migration from the Zamas moving to our infrastructure. But this matter is handled by the law enforcement agencies, and we have also raised it during our visit of NCOP. That is one of the critical challenges, Chairperson. The electrical services, we have also an aging infrastructure, including substations and transformers, network equipment, and ongoing maintenance repair is taking place, and we are accelerating our refurbishment and replacement of aging electricity infrastructure. Cable theft and vandalism and electrical illegal connections are also challenges, and we are implementing a program to address electrical losses and illegal connections, because we have adopted part of our FRP, we have adopted a electricity reduction losses strategy. We have also installed meters that cannot be bypassed in some areas, but we are still finding it where we have people having or created a no-go area, but we are working with the law enforcement to get into those areas and address these issues. Budget constraints affecting infrastructure refurbishment, network expansions, the delays in replacing aging equipment, and also increased demand in electricity services. I must say there's been an improvement in terms of also electrification, because we have electrified some critical areas, which is Alabama Extension 4 and 5 with about more than 600 households. We are now electrifying Extension 31 with about 2,500 households, and we are in a process of completing a 20 MVA substation. The other challenges of service delivery would be your refuse removal. We have included in Chairperson, which is among issues, the aging fleet and insufficient refuse collection vehicles. We have a program of monitoring it. We are doing fairly good there with the intervention of the FRP as well. The budget constraints remains a challenge, but also illegal dumping and littering in certain areas, where we are addressing them through education processes and also monitoring them because we're in a process of training the law enforcers when we are dealing with the bylaws. The increased waste volume due to population growth is also a challenge. We are in a process of building a cell 3 landfill site for compliance and equipment, also a challenge of equipment breakdown in limited operations. But these matters are addressed to a budget increase to assist all households across the city, and also the expand recycle of waste minimization and programs and enhance community participation in dealing with them. We have launched a campaign called Love Your Street as part of our project in making sure that we deal with all these issues that are related to refuse removal and illegal dumping. Is doing fairly good, Chairperson. It has been accepted by the community. Community is partnering with the city of Matlosana in making sure that we take care of our community surroundings, including schools, parks, and etc. Chairperson, the issue that we also indicated that needs to be addressed or that we need to have a discussion with the committee is the issue of irregular and authorized fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is for the past 3 years. Chairperson, we have indicated the tables from an expenditure which is authorized and irregular, fruitless and wasteful. We have put the current year, the closing balance, the current year, the closing balance, and the current year closing balance, which moves from 2024-25, 2023-24, and 2023-25. Chairperson, the unauthorized chairperson would be 714 million, and closing balance was 6 billion, and current year is about 1.26 billion, and the closing balance was about 5.630 million. Chairperson, these are the issues that significantly we are trying to attend to in line with the financial recovery plan, working with the MPEC committee in trying to address these challenges, which are historic. The irregular, the chairperson would be 307 million, and the closing balance would be 3 billion, and current year it's about 343,000. We have seen a significant improvement to some, but we are still struggling because we are in a process of writing off. The process is underway. MPEC will then indicate to the committee as the questions arises as what we are currently doing. I'm also joined where I'm seated with the MPEC chairperson. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure of about 284,000 and closing balance of about 821 million, not thousand, and 104. And then we have a closing balance of 536. Chairperson, the current year we're at 233, and the closing was about at 432. Chairperson, I must indicate there's a significant portion of irregular expenditure that needs to be addressed, that identified and is being placed under review, Chairperson, to determine potential non-compliance with applicable procurement legislation. We are in a process. The municipality is in a process of supply chain management policies. We have adopted it, then identified all these contracts that does not automatically indicate fraud or financial loss to the municipality, but it reflects instances where procurement processes may not have been fully complied with the prescribed legislation. Chairperson, the municipality continues to assess historical irregular expenditure and implement measures aimed at strengthening compliance with supply chain management and procurement processes. Chairperson, the detailed information regarding the deviations and expansions and variation of contracts is there included in the annexures, including the amounts, reasons, consequence management, and officials involved in position held. In the annexure, which is not reflecting in the presentation, it indicates the positions, the names of the officials that are undergoing consequence management, also the detail of the deviations. The detailed listing relating to deviation and expanding chairperson is attached. Now, this comprises of 30 contracts relating to expansion and variations, as well as further 8 contract variation cases. The listing includes the municipal manager's resolution, the responsible department, a description of contract, the appointment of service provider, and the respective amounts involved. Chairperson, information related to these reasons for deviations and consequence management of officials involved and position held by such officials and the recovery losses where applicable is contained in a City of Matlosana slide COM 10 and which is attached. The other issue, Chairperson, is the detailed information on material irregularity, which is the MIs in COM 8. The Auditor General's identified 4 material irregularities for the City of Matlosana, and the material irregularities were escalated in an appropriate structure and persons in the AGSA for decisions of the course of action to be taken. The material irregularity, Chairperson, were due to non-payment of accounts within 30 days, contravention of Section 65 of the MFMA, and Chairperson, among others, is the AG has decided to request intervention from the following role players and oversight structures, which is called the ecosystem, accountability ecosystem, to assist and support the accounting officer as far as is necessary in ensuring that remedial actions and adequate implementation is then implemented appropriately. The AG's decisions further request that the relevant role players to intervene or to exercise oversight in the remedial actions has not been implemented or where satisfactory progress has not been made. That will be the executive mayor, the premier, the MEC, the speaker, and including the provincial executive rep are forming part of this accountability ecosystem. The municipality accounts not being paid in 30 days. This is Midval, which is our water board, which is MI notification number is there, Chairperson, and the municipal account not be paid within 30 days, which is ESCOM MI, and the notification number is there. There is intervention framework placed and emphasized on the implementation of strengthened financial recovery plan, supported by practical and measurable actions. I must indicate that there's been some movement when it comes to ESCOM and Midval in terms of addressing the MIs. Chairperson, our biggest challenge has been this historic debt of Midval and ESCOM. Chairperson, for the last year, we have managed to get a write-off of 479, and this year, just last month, 478 million, and just last month, we received our second write-off of 479 million, which was on the basis that the city has improved in trying to pay ESCOM aligned with our debt relief agreement with the National Treasury. So there is significant improvement. With regard to Midval, there is engagement where we have seen, and we'll make a presentation to the provincial government to indicate and illustrate that Midval has been not charging us fairly, and we are in discussions with them, and they are conceding to a certain extent that they've not been charging us what they were supposed to charge. And there is also improvement in that regard as part of engagement between the municipal manager, the CFO, and the PER, and there is significant improvement in that regard. The detailed information on material MI on the market dues not collected is another MI, which the directorate was also submitted to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation for further investigation to take place and appropriate action to take place. Chairperson, the municipality, I must indicate, the municipality had submitted or taken these matters to DPCI as they were busy investigating this MI. And subsequent to that, the AG also did the same and submitted them to DPCI. So the matters are within DPCI in terms of following the money and so forth. There's an issue of a certificate of debt being considered by the AG on the market dues of an amount of 68 million, which a discussion and representation has been submitted to the AG for consideration by the accounting officer, which he has made a request which was granted for September for appearance, as these are historic MIs that emanated before the appointment. And the AG has considered to that representation that will take place in around September. The MI of pollution of water resource not prevented in Orkney wastewater treatment plant. The AG has approved the referral of MI investigation to the DWS and also provided for in section 5 of the PAA. AXA henceforth reported the MI and referral to the audit report in accordance to regulations and described in paragraph 37. The referral process, Chairperson, is currently managed by AG in the material irregularity unit. But there is the Orkney wastewater treatment plant is currently operational, Chairperson, after the MI has been addressed and refurbished with the intervention from the Provincial Department and Human Settlement. There is significant improvement, and the DWS has visited site and they've commended us in the work that we have done in refurbishing the wastewater treatment plant of Orkney. It is not fully functioning, but it has surpassed 80% in terms of its affluent capacity, and we are moving to a right direction in that regard, and the MI would be lifted, and DWS is also commending us for that. Implementation of the status of the audit action plan, Chairperson, a comprehensive audit action plan was developed to address audit findings and strengthen governance and financial management. Chairperson, there's progress in monitoring through management structures and the audit steering committee and internal audit committee to ensure accountability and implementation of correct measures. As from June 2026, municipality had 60 audit action items under implementation and 23 items fully completed, and overall implementation is currently at 71%. This has been monitored from also moving from the mayoral committee to council, and also portfolio committees of council are also participating in monitoring or having oversight in the implementation of audit action plan. The significant progress has been achieved. Supply chain management controls, contract management process, record keeping, document management, compliance monitoring, and policy review. There are outstanding matters, however, Chairperson, that remain in the areas which are critical that needs to be addressed, which is revenue management and billing accuracy, vacancy rates, performance management, and financial reporting, and certain asset management and infrastructure related matters. Chairperson, corrective actions are being actively implemented with management oversight focused on resolving remaining findings and improving audit outcomes. I must also indicate that as an additional oversight process, the provincial executive rep has also issued directives with regard to this, and they also have timelines and how they would be monitored. A detailed information on consequence management and implementation is there. The municipality has implemented consequence management process in respect of matters relating to financial misconduct, non-compliance of financial management required, and supply chain management prescripts. A total of 16 officials, including senior management and operational staff, have been subjected to disciplinary investigations and corrective processes, and several matters have been finalized, while others remain in various stages of investigation and disciplinary process and criminal processes and oversight review. On the matter involving the chief financial officer and progress through both disciplinary and criminal processes, while recovery of financial losses is being pursued where applicable. The process, I must indicate, it has reached its final conclusion where the former chief financial officer has been dismissed, and I must indicate that the process has went through the entire process. As yesterday, Chairperson, we have received an award that indicated that by the CCMA that it is procedural, there is procedural fairness, and that the municipality undertook all the processes, and the chief financial officer remains dismissed. That award we received just yesterday. Chairperson, the municipal continues to implement consequence management in accordance with the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, applicable legislation and policies. We have adopted the policies, Chairperson, I must indicate, and the recommendations arising from investigations with objectives of promoting accountability and good governance. A detailed progress report contains a full participation of all 16 officials and related cases, and including the nature of the allegations, position held, status of investigation, disciplinary outcome, criminal proceedings, recovery actions, and current progress is attached as ease of reference for the Honorable Committee to go through as part of evidence and the work done. In addition, a detailed progress report of recovery of financial losses and amounts due to municipal, including actions taken and the status of recovery process, is attached for ease of reference for the Honorable Committee to go through. The City of Matlosana 11, which is matters referred to relevant law enforcement agencies for further investigations. The matters requires further investigation by relevant law enforcement agencies have been referred through the appropriate channels in accordance with applicable legislation and government process. And I must indicate also this has been part of the handover and process with the PR for part of following up and making sure that these matters are being dealt with. I must also indicate that it should be indicated, it's not indicated here. The municipality has also applied and got a concurrence of us going through an SIU process of making sure that the officials go through the lifestyle audit, and that we had our first meeting with SIU. The process is underway. The officials of the municipality will be going through a lifestyle audit process, which is they're already currently in the city. The SIU is in the city. This matters relates to also there are other issues that relates to allegations of financial misconduct, fraud, and other potential contraventions that are identified through investigations and oversight process. The detailed information regarding the matters referred to, including the nature of allegations and agencies involved, the status of investigation, consequence management process, is contained in the City of Matlosana, page 10 for ease of reference. It is attached. Chairperson, we have also attached a copy of the annual report of 2024-2025 audited report is attached for ease of reference for consideration by the committee. This is the last slide of my presentation, which is saying that I've completed, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Much appreciated. I think at this stage you can, your colleagues can take down the slides so that we can, I can see hands. So before we proceed, may I welcome officially the Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh is Member of Parliament from the Democratic Alliance. She is the new alternate honor committee, replacing Honorable Burke, who's been an alternate on the committee but is otherwise on the Finance Portfolio Committee. So I'd like to welcome you, ma'am, to our committee and to these sessions, and we all look forward to working with you. So can I just ask that the slides be taken down? Because I just want to be able to see hands properly. Thank you so much. All right. So that we are able to get through today's program you're welcome, Honorable Singh. So in order to be able to get through today's program in a reasonable time, may I suggest the following way of doing things. So if we give everybody a chance to spend 15 minutes with the municipality, as we do when we are in person and we only have one municipality, given that we are seeing two today, it's going to take a very long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to take the first 4 members. May I please ask that we keep our questions concise and we pick which are the most important questions. And then we will give the municipality an opportunity to answer. And then what I will do is I will just check out of that group to see if anyone is appropriately served by the answer, so that if not, you can just say what has not been dealt with, what has not been answered, so that you are not left hanging. And then if there is time, because we are 2 committees, and then if there's time at the end, we will take one more round of questions before we close. So if we can work together in that way, I would really appreciate it. What I would also like is that once I have recognized the members, as I am about to do, you can just remember to, once you've spoken, to take your hand down, or once you start speaking, to take your hand down, so that I don't believe that you've got yet another query that you'd like to raise, so that I know who is yet to speak. What I'd like to ask, Mayor, is that between you and your colleagues, please choose who is going to deal with what topics, so that we tend to lose a lot of time when 4 people want to answer the same question, as it often happens, where somebody gives an answer and then another person wants to add and they take their own 5 minutes, and another person wants to add and another person wants to add. What helps these proceedings is when the mayor is able to nominate people who are going to deal with the questions, because you write them down, I assume, as they are asked, and then you nominate which person is going to deal with which. That takes us through the meeting a lot quicker. May I also ask that we try and not anticipate why the member is asking. So what sometimes happens is that because a member has asked a certain question, the explanation covers other areas the member did not ask about, because the person who is answering the question thinks they know why the member is asking. I think let us leave that for follow-up. Let us answer the specific question asked by the member. And if the member wants to ask a follow-up, they will. Because at the end of that cycle of members, I will ask the members just one after the other quickly to just ask only follow-up questions so that no questions are left unanswered. So if we can please work together in that way, then we will be able to use the 3.5 hours that we have productively. Otherwise not. So please, Mayor and your colleagues, I'd like to prevail upon you to be concise in your answers and not over-explain. Let's answer the questions directly. If the answer is yes, then just say yes. Unless it's more complicated than just yes. That will get us through the issues a lot quicker. So let's do this because I have had regard for how many members we have in the meeting. So I will take Honorable Atkinson as the first one. So I'll just go through the list for now. Honorable Atkinson, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Beasley, and Honorable Mende. When we've completed that cycle, I will go to Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Taibosh, Honorable Nilmay, and other members. In between members asking questions, I do not wish to intervene in order to save time. So once Honorable Atkinson is done with his questions, Honorable Skosana, please come in, and Honorable Beasley and Honorable Mende. I will then moderate at that point. Unless there is, I also did not understand the question, in which case I will then ask the member if I understood the question correctly so that we are all on the same page. So if we can please work together in that way, I would be most grateful, honorable members. So Honorable Atkinson, so you start first, and then it's Honorable Skosana, Honorable Beasley, and Honorable Mende. And please, Mayor, let us take down the questions specifically and answer them specifically and honestly, so that we can get through the proceedings. Thank you. Honorable Atkinson, you were first.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the Mayor and to his supporting team as well for the presentation. Mayor, I specifically would like to ask you about the amounts outstanding to the Midvaal Water Company. And I know you did deal with this, where you mentioned the fact that there might have been incorrect billing or that they'd admitted to some element of overcharging. But I know that you did have an amount of about 2 billion that was outstanding to the Midvaal Water Company, which is huge for a municipality of your size. So where are you exactly in your repayment process of that amount? How much of that 2 billion have you paid? And I know, as you said, there might be a dispute over the actual amount because of the billing, but where is your progress on that? Maybe if you can quantify, rather than just saying that there's a dispute on the amounts billed. So is that 2 billion being reduced? And if so, kind of where are we on that moment? And then the second question I wanted to ask, again, with relation to water and electricity, is I know that there's a push, and particularly as far as water is concerned, that all money that is received in payment of water or electricity actually be ring-fenced by municipalities and used only for that reason. Because obviously what we see a lot is money being billed for water and then being used for other purposes. And the result is we end up with exactly what you've got at the moment, which is a very large outstanding amount to your bulk water provider. So are you moving down that line to do that, to actually ring fence the money that you receive from your residents, water and electricity, to be used purely for those purposes? And then the second thing is, what kind of collection rate as a municipality are you experiencing from your residents? And is that one of the reasons why you fall into arrears? Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable co-chairpersons, and good morning to all honorable members in the platform, our support team, and the delegation from the city of Matlosana. as led by the Honorable Mayor and all other stakeholders who are present. No, we do appreciate the presentation given by the Honorable Mayor of the state of Matlosana, and we appreciate this opportunity to engage with them. Just a few questions from my side. Honorable Mayor, given that current liabilities exceed current assets by 4.64 billion rands, and that about 94% of your debtors are impaired, what is the municipality's detailed plan to restore solvency and ensure long-term financial viability? Now, secondly, what concrete steps have you taken or are you taking to address the Auditor General's warning of material uncertainty regarding the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern? And what measurable improvements have resulted from these interventions? Now, with regards to the issue of revenue management and collection, maybe just to add to what Honorable Atkinson has asked, I understand that your collection rate, it's averaging 63%. Well, you did indicate that at some point there was a slight improvement, but then you also had some challenges which then took you down. So I think your average is at about 63%. And then you've got this persistent non-payment of municipal accounts by your residents. So what targeted strategies is the municipality implementing to improve revenue collection? And how is the effectiveness of those strategies that you are implementing on a monthly basis? And connected to that, how does the municipality intend to address the Auditor General's findings that water and electricity revenue is based on estimated or incorrect meter readings? And what controls are now in place to ensure accurate billing? And with regard to the issue of the UIFWE, I think you did indicate, especially in relation to consequence management. I think you updated us on the matter that involves the CFO. But we also indicated that there are 16 officials who have been held responsible through disciplinary processes who may have contributed to the municipality in carrying the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And you did also indicate that there's an attachment, there's an annexure which detailed the information that relates to those officials in terms of what are their matters, what were they charged with, what are the outcomes of their disciplinary process. But then for the benefit of the public who don't have those annexures, I would request that you take us through that particular list so that even the members of the public who may not be in a position of that annexure can be able to know, to say who are these culprits, what have they done, and then what are the corrective measures that the municipality has taken. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair of COGTA, Dr. Zweli. Good morning, colleagues and everyone on the call. This is Member Mende, a deployee of the EFF to SCOPA. I think the picture of mine is there. Chair, I want to just register a few concerns before I start with my questions. Rather than being concerns, suggestions that I think we must find time to be on the ground in Matlosana. In fact, in the entire Northwest on oversight, not on the question session, so that we can have an appreciation of the translation of the AG's findings. In Kanana, in Matlosana, the AG says there were 1,150 toilets that were supposed to have been built for the people of Kanana, and only 5 were reported. There's a justification of that, but the people of Kanana have been there forever. They still don't have toilets. So I'm just mentioning one, but out of many reasons why we must go and see the state of service delivery in Northwest, in particular Matlosana and Ditsobotla, so that we can clearly translate in practice the findings of the AG. The paper that has been sent to us trying to explain, or rather give us responses on what the AG has found and what the questions from chairpersons of both committees to the municipality are not in any way giving us comfort in terms of what is transpiring on the ground. Now, Chair, the first question I have is on the deviations in Matlosana. I heard how the presenter brushed off how the deviations were presented. That is just an annexure on deviations. There's 2 deviations that I need clarity on, and they must be expanded. There's number 19 on those deviations, where you procured a service for risk and insurance for 8.7 million. What was that person doing, and why was that deviated? Because insurance and risk is something that has to be in the municipality throughout. Risk control person is a person employed by the municipality. You don't need an outsider to come and do risk control and provide insurance. Just explain to us, what were you deviating for here, and what were those services? The second one, there's a deviation called rates. And this deviation is exactly on the finding of the AG that there's money spent, there's 58% achievement on service delivery, yet there's 85% of budget spent. And out of that 85% of budget spent, the first concern of service delivery issue is refuse collection. And this rate deviation is on refuse collection. Refuse collection is a core business of the municipality. At what point do we deviate? We deviate for what? And what are these rates? Who are these people that keep getting employed to collect the 15 trucks lower bin collection? What? There's some beautiful English attached to this rates thing. And I don't understand. That's a core business of the municipality. At what point do we deviate to get that type of a service from a municipality? I've already mentioned the 1,150 toilets that were reported to have been part of the budget, but there are no toilets. Only 5 were reported. There are still no toilets. And then water pumps that are not done. 8 water pumps, none were reported. Budget spent. And the report on the treatment and the water treatment plant is insufficient, in a sense that there's no comfort that the water treatment plant is fully working for the communities. And how far are we with the budget? How much more did we add to the initial conceptualization of the water treatment plant stage? Now, we have on the unauthorized as well as the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. monies that are attached by the AG, and I would like these monies to be explained, Chair, because these are outsourced services, and why did we outsource such services, and why does the municipality do not have such people to provide this information? Asset management, an asset manager is in the organogram, but there was asset management that was procured for 10 million rand for 3 months service, I think. Then there's financial statements, a person who came to do financial statements, yet you're regressing in the audit. It means there's a person who comes to take the money of the state, yet they do not even produce the work that's worth the money they get paid. Because in most of the cases, the AG says documentation, or rather information, was not really available for them to make a finding in certain areas, hence the regression. And then there's a person who dealt with the issue of VAT review for 9.6 million. And then there's internal audit for 8.7 million. Can we get an explanation of what is what? It looks like the municipality has no capacity, nothing whatsoever. Then we are told there's an award against the CFO, which was received yesterday. A good thing, you've acted, at least one thing you have done right, you've acted against the CFO. What I want to understand is, 2 years ago, you were not doing bad in terms of the findings of the AG. But a year before that, you started regressing, and then it became worse. 2023, 2024, that's where your regression started. 2024, 2025, it became worse. Nothing worked altogether. Was this the only CFO that was working during these 2 terms? And if yes, that's fine, because the CFO has been taken to task. But my question here is that the council was there, and the MM was there. Who is making sure that in terms of the budgets, the expenditures and everything, when it's presented to council, it is assessed properly? Because there was a red flag from 2023, 2024 that something has gone horribly wrong. However, no action was taken at the time. Then 2024, 2025, then there's an action. What went wrong there? Why wasn't the municipality alerted to the shortfalls, or rather anything that was going wrong within the financial space pertaining to budgeting, expenditure, procurement, and not monitoring contracts? Then there is a project, last one, Chair. There is a project which is called, there's a road project which the municipality was dealing with, and that road project was not finalized. What is the status of that road project now? Thank you very much.
Greetings, both chairs and to our guests today. Yeah, and I was going to say warm greeting here from eThekwini. I think it's going to snow. It's so cold. A couple of questions. First thing is, in terms of your revenue collection, what are you budgeting for this year for revenue collection? Because if you're budgeting 85% and you're only collecting 63%, obviously there's going to be a massive shortfall again. So what are you budgeting for this year? And the low revenue collection, is it not perhaps because of poor service delivery? Because if you're not getting the service delivery, who's going to pay? And it's just going to keep on getting worse. So just some thoughts on whether the poor collection rates pertains to poor service delivery. And then the aging infrastructure. I mean, it's easy to talk about aging infrastructure and one needs to repair it, but the reality of it is, where is those funds going to come from to repairing the aging infrastructure? If you can just speak to that. And then in terms of debarment blacklisting, how many companies or individuals has a municipality blacklisted? And please don't tell me none, because in terms of the Public Procurement Act, you meant to be blacklisting and debarring. So if you can just give us details on that. And then just a bit of background, it was spoken about the CFO. If you can just go into more detail why the CFO was dismissed in criminal charges, because it does raise a concern about the finances if the CFO is doing stuff that isn't proper and criminal. And then fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 284 million last year. It's a massive amount in terms of your budget. I think it's like nearly 5% of your budget. If you can just speak to that, and it looks like it's getting worse. And then the one thing the Auditor General did highlight is the going concern issue. Your creditors' average day is 597 days to pay creditors. I mean, if I was a creditor, I wouldn't deal with the municipality because you're unlikely to get paid. And it just looks like a vicious downhill circle. Going concern, less revenue, less money to fix infrastructure, less collection. So how does a municipality intend to turn that around? And then it was also spoken briefly about the consultants. You paid 33 million rand for consultants last year, but got no value for it. Were these friends, families, these consultants? I mean, what quality control do you actually do that you're getting consultants who can actually add value? Because if you're having to employ consultants, you probably don't have the skill set. So who's actually interviewing the consultants and actually making sure that you are getting quality and they're actually held account for the work that they produce? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. So can I please ask, Mayor, that you deal with those questions? Just remember, I asked for concise answers and for you to determine, or I don't know what your arrangements are, who is going to deal with what type of questions. That will take us through the session a lot more efficiently. Thank you. Over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of
Okay, there is an echo. I don't know if there's a way in which you can deal with that. There might be two devices what dialed into the meeting, so one must be muted.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the one that I've raised by Honorable Atson on the issue of Midval, I think the provincial executive rep will give context and in terms of the amount, how far we are, and the engagement in dealing with the actual figures of Midval. The issue of ring-fencing of electricity, whether we are using it, they will be managed by both the PER and MM. On the issue of Honorable Gijima, on the issue of our assets versus the liability, the MM will then deal with that. The steps of the AG on the material irregularity and going concerns, the MM will deal with that. The issue of the revenue collection, which is about 63%, and what we are currently, and the strategies there in place, the MM will then deal with it. The issue that I'm going to deal with, I think most of the issues would be dealt with by the PER and the municipal manager. I'm going to deal with just few ones, Chairperson. And the first one is on the issue of Honorable Mente of the Kanana toilets, which reflected 5 toilets. There is a going project now, which is the Kanana waterborne toilet, which there is a significant improvement. I've requested now the PMU to submit immediately now the current status of those toilets, which we have surpassed we have surpassed the number that we're supposed to implement. I think at that level, when this matter was raised, it was that, but there is an improvement. We will submit it now as we received it when we improved the information needed by the committee with the current project that is taking place in Kanana. Particularly on the waterborne toilets that we are currently doing. The issue on the clarity of the service rate, the MM will deal with it. And the issue I'm going to deal with now is that what is raised by Honorable Besley on the collection rate, to say, is it an issue that is really affected by us not giving service delivery to the people? Of course, I've indicated in my opening that the report itself seeks to give a clear indication of the state of governance in the city of Matlosana. And in my presentation, I indicated that there are service delivery challenges, that we've got systems in place that we are currently implementing. An assessment that is made that mostly that a decline in the city of Matlosana is also around the issue that we are a previously city that is known for mining industry. And the industries is cutting off people and laying them out. The mines are closing, they're not doing as well as they used to do. And that is significantly affecting the payment of services from our people. That is why we are making arrangements with them. And we're doing it in line, also making sure that we also deal with the issue of our indigent register, because we need to clear the indigent register, deal with our data, make sure that the people who are indigent, and we also make sure that we clean it. Orkney and Stelfontein is one of the towns that have been affected mostly by this closing of the mines. So unemployment also is a large contributory factor to the non-payment of services in the city of Matlosana. And in as much as we know that there are challenges of service delivery that we are affecting, but we should not really look down on the fact that people are getting unemployed, the mines are laying them off, and they are coming to the municipality to make arrangements with the municipality in terms of the payment of the services. The issue that I also want to raise is on the actions or plans that we're putting around revenue collection, in particular in the city of Matlosana. The issue here is that we have adopted two programs. One is that the reduction losses of both water and electricity, which are two elephants in the room. We are addressing that. We are putting on smart meters in the city of Matlosana to address the issue of accurate billing. The city of Matlosana, Chairperson, is surviving on what is called an 80-20 arrangement, which the 20% of your people who are paying more would be your large power users, which they form 20%, but they give us 80% of our revenue. And the domestic form 80%, but they give us 20%. So we are putting on a smart meter so that we can have accurate billing that is giving information in real time so that the consumers can get that. We are also engaging the big business, large power users, engaging them on this process, and they are participating in it. The process is ongoing. We have established a back office in addressing this matter. When I made a budget this time around, smart metering was included. So the issue of billing is being addressed too. But also to address the issue of unemployment, we have also appointed 40 young people who are on the ground doing physical verification of billing. And we have also, in a process, the advert is also out currently, which is part of us addressing the unemployment. Much is not at the bigger rate, where we are having a physical people delivering our rent statements in as much as we are doing others. So there are plans that we make sure that our residents get information with regard to their bills. But the most important one is that the process of smart metering is in the process, and that will assist us in getting our meters, meter reading, and the billing system that is accurate and in real time. I think I wanted to touch on the issue of those two issues. There's a member who's going to assist us also from BTO on the issues of billing and our revenue collection strategy. I will then hand over to both the municipal manager and the PER, Dr. Ditsobotla, to deal with the other issues, including the issue of blacklisting, the issue of the detailed report of the CFO, and also taking the public through on the names and the nature of cases that we are dealing with of the 16 officials. Chairperson, allow me to give the provincial executive rep, but before that, let me give the BTO Ntate to deal with the financial related issues of BTO. Then I will then hand over to the Dr. Ditsobotla, who will be followed by the municipal manager. If you allow me, Chairperson.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Mkhize, for the opportunity, and thank you very much, Executive Mayor. And my name is Obakwede. I'm the Deputy CFO. I'll be responsible for dealing with financial related questions. Let me first, Chairperson, start with Honorable Mende. Questions around the deviations that she raised around Matlosana, deviation number 19 on the provision of procurement of insurance. The amount highlighted there is that the municipality has the insurance that insures all the assets of the municipality. What happened was that over the financial year, the insurance that was being appointed, the contract came to an end, which we pay a yearly premium of plus minus 15 to 16 million per annum. So therefore, municipality went on for a tender just before, right on time. But unfortunately, for 3 consecutive attempts, we couldn't find the successful bidder. So it's for that reasons that we continued on month to month for the insurance service provider that was providing the insurance coverage for municipalities' assets, which is massive if you look in terms of our assets register. It amounts for billions because it's stadiums, it's facilities, it's all of those particular stuff. And municipal infrastructure at large. So that's why we've got a yearly premium of plus minus 15 to 16 million, depending on the year in which we've calculated. That's why. So that's the reasons why the deviations. But I can report for now that we have just, for the 4th time, to be precise, able to find a successful bidder. Last month, they have just started now, and we have just since in 2 weeks' time paid the yearly premium of 16.2 million for the year. Thank you. That's number 1. Number 2 is that you mentioned around 85% spending on refuse collection. It is for the sake that the municipality, one of its core functions, as you are aware, we collect refuse removal. So some of the municipalities' trucks are contracted, meaning we source them out. So therefore, we had a service provider that was addressing that particular services, but unfortunately, we went out for tender this time twice. We couldn't. So we've been having month to month for a number of months, close to a year, having month to month trying to appoint the appropriate service provider. But so far, municipality has been able to increase the number of compact trucks in terms of buying them, and secondly, we have appointed accordingly the other additional trucks. No longer month to month, we've got a contract that has been well procured in terms of municipal procurement processes and policies and FMA. That is there intact. That's number 2. Number 3, around water pumps, to say how far are we dealing with water treatment plant with regard to that. That I will leave it for the Department of Technical Services to address it. But all what I can say is that there are water pumps that are there that technically they will deal with it around the operations and the dealings. Let me come and address the issue of the expenditures that has been flagged by the Auditor General around the asset support, around the annual financial statement preparations. What we are doing, yes, we acknowledge that in the preparations of annual financial statement as a regulatory audit, we don't have adequate capacity in dealing with the development of assets register, particularly the infrastructure one. The movable ones, we are dealing them internally, we don't have a problem, but the municipality does not have adequate capacity to have engineers and chartered accountants to able to compare to what you call evaluate the infrastructure assets, the municipality's electricity lines, the water lines, the bridges, and also that we are developing. So therefore, during the preparation at the end of the year, we appoint a service provider who support or assist us in developing a GRAB compliant assets register. So that expenditure revolves around that. And secondly, on the same day, given our shoestring budget and the low level of salaries that we have in terms of our grade, we don't have a adequate or qualified people who can prepare a 5 billion budget annual financial statement. So to a certain extent, we outsource that particular services to assist us in terms of GRAB interpretation, making the point that our annual financial statement are GRAB compliant so that we can submit the GRAB compliant annual financial. So we outsource that to service providers in preparations of annual financial statements. So those are the expenditures around assets and annual financial statements. The other one, the one that is been flagged, is around the VAT review and the cover. Yes, for the past 3 financial years, we have appointed a service provider who was assisting us on VAT review and recovery. But since we have terminated the contract, since now we've developed the capacity and we're doing it internally. So that particular expenditure that you are referring to was in relation to that. But in this particular one, it was on the commission that we get from the VAT input and VAT output. So therefore, the commission that we get from SARS, it was on risk base. So that was around that. The internal audit, it was cost that expenditure flagged by AG, which is the last one, was around the support for the internal audit unit, which is short staff, so that they are in a position to conduct the required audits that municipality is required to conduct. All the internal audit work, most of them, if it's not there, but I can say the audit chief audit executive is there just to give context, but it's to support a service provider who's supporting them into a panel of auditors who support the municipality on regulatory internal audit, on the forensic audit that you can see we've conducted them, on ad hoc investigations as a panel that the municipality has procured to support the municipality to do compliance around that, since there is a short staff to do all the audits that are approved by the audit committee at the beginning of the year, beginning with our risk register and assess and test some of the things. The CFO award will deal with it. I will leave it to that. The roads projects, I think I will leave it to technical as well. Let me deal with the issue of the budgets that by and large were raised by Honorable Allen, and around what is our budget for our revenue for the 2026-2027 financial year. We've budgeted for a collection rate of 70% for this current financial year, 2026-2027. And so it means our projected revenue for this financial year, as for the budget that is being passed, we are expected for a collection of revenue around 70%. Around the issue of the blacklisting of service providers, will come to that to end, but so far we are in the process of blacklisting some of the service providers. Case in point is the case that the Honorable Majoro has raised to say some of the disciplinary or consequences management around CFO where are allegations around double payments and paying ghost around service providers. That municipality has successfully disciplined the then CFO, and therefore the CCMA yesterday has given the municipality an award to say that particular processes was procedurally fair and with substance, and therefore she's then formally dismissed. So allegations around those double payments and all those irregular payments that has been made around that, we will be in a position then to proceed because we've got a case. We also even have a court case to award for that in terms of the Mafikeng and the appeal court that she's tried. So therefore, we've got record in the base to start blacklisting some of those particular service providers. There are many of them, and then so that we comply with regard to that to National Treasury. Since we've got
Deputy CFO.
Yes,
I thought
Chair.
you were going to improve. Your voice goes so low that you can hardly hear.
Okay.
Try and adjust your mic and your voice. Try and lift up your voice a bit. We lose quite a bit of what you're saying.
Okay, thanks, leadership. Let me try to raise my voice. Can I'm sounding better?
As you ask, you're sounding better. As soon as you continue, you're going to go back. So keep to that same level of volume. Okay, thanks, Chairperson. With regard to the going concern, vis-a-vis the growing expenditure that the municipality is, SAG has flagged to say the municipality is consistently losing with regard to the collection. And then therefore there is, on the other hand, the growing expenditure that municipality incurs. Yes, indeed, as you see, with regard to our collection, the average of 63% for last financial year, and the majority has alluded to it. We have come up with some strategies in terms of improving our collection. One is that we have appointed the external debt collectors that they are addressing some of our difficult debts that we have. The 90 and 120 plus that we handed over to a service provider who specializes with debt collection, who are able to follow up and profile some of the data that we do. And then some of the work they've already been given to us. We've already started seeing some fruits coming to that. That's one. Two is we have our internal debt collectors, is a team of plus minus 14 people that are dealing with 60 up until 90. That on daily basis, they follow up, they check, and we create a list every month approved by all the MM and the PAR, and we do credit control and collect. It's for that reason you see how we are surviving in these particular difficult times. Since Matlosana is a mining town, so some of the mines have closed and some of our customers have closed. But with those particular teams, we are able to collect a bit. Thirdly is that we have dedicated a team of 5 people internally that are dealing with government debts, that they go to the departments, they make the point that the bill is correct, and where there are some discrepancies, they make some reconciliations, and we come with some what you call
payment arrangements with those particular departments that he started to, paying some of those. And we must agree, applaud the AGR platforms whereby the provincial COGTA and provincial treasury, they create platform around the AGR so they can make intervention and put some of the provincial and the national department to pay some of those particular governments. And then fourthly is that we have MM and the leadership of Matlosana, they have approved what we call a debt relief program, whereby we have invited all people who are owing us to say if they pay us the 50% of our debts will write off some other. So we've seen some of movement or some of the debtors that we're struggling to collect. And then lastly that I can say is that we are improving our billing system, say by and large, some of our customers, they were disputing our billing to say this particular amount has been billed high and this particular amount has been incorrectly billed for whatever reason. So what do we do to us in improving our billing system? We have discarded a service provider that we've appointed to do a billing or a meter reading. We have then insourced that particular service, have our own meter readers who are our foot soldiers, who every day they go to our properties and read and see exactly what is happening. Either there is no access for a number of reasons, either there is dogs or the meter is buried or the meter is malfunctioning, they will come and report to us. So that particular function is in source now, is almost working for the past 1 year or so, and we get our data credible. And we have less, we've also partnered with our financial system provider, the BCX, who's providing with a system so that we have a none or a very less human intervention with regard to how we process and bill, so that our billing is becoming very much accurate and less queries are get addressed. So in those particular greater scheme of things, we are able to start seeing solution and improvement with regard to our collection is concerned. So therefore, we can see that we have, in that particular score, has resulted us with coming to have relationship and having a debt relief program with debt incentive with National Treasury around ESCOM, and able to maintain some of our current account, and also come up with arrangements with the water board, which is a mid-val, so that we have a fixed amount that we pay them, so that we are consistent, and even address some of our small creditors in order to keep our municipality afloat and operating in providing services to our customers. The issue around too many consultants, do we see investment return on them? Yes, I can see that. I know that the municipality last financial year, they have adopted the consultancy reduction strategy, whereby each and every department, they have put forward how are they going to reduce their consultants within their departments. And that has also improved in terms of reducing. Some of them in finance, we've already discarded them. I've already alluded to the issue of the meter readers. I've already alluded to the issue of debt review and recovery. And then now with annual financial statement, they are on the second phase. We have already started advertising the post to appoint people who are going to prepare the annual financial statement. So every department, they started capacitating and in source and the transfer of skills with regard to service providers that are there, so that the municipality becomes independent and reducing those. So in a greater scheme of things, positively, we are seeing that that particular thing is working for us, and then we see a value for money around that. The issue around how much is the amount for the repairs and maintenance, I am here with me that for this current financial year, we have budgeted for contracted services for this financial year of 2026-2027 financial year that has just started now. We have been able to budget 435,885 this for this financial year. And in the next financial year, 2027-2028, we have projected to spend around 554,837. Those are some of the budget around that. The another question is around the UIF and W with regard to what is our strategy in dealing with that. I think the municipality here in this particular instances, they have, and Majoro has deliberated that at length to say there are a number of strategies that we have developed, and there are plus minus over 16 to 20 officials that has to deal with consequences management, that they were affected or they have a direct influence in making the municipality to incur those particular expenditures. So there is established a dedicated team led by Ntate Tileni who deals with those particular UIF and W and record them on monthly basis and report to the committee on quarterly. And then if there are matters that has to be, referred to the disciplinary board, they are referred to a disciplinary board, and consequences management are dealt with that. So Majoro has already alluded to that, and the reports for us that has been attached can speak volume to that particular thing. I think in the nutshell, Chairperson, if I have missed some of the questions, I'm available for coming back to address them. But can add on some of the things. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we proceed? Are the members covered largely? I'm not calling for a whole round, but if there's anything that's clearing, then we proceed to Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Taibosh, Honorable Neil May, and then Honorable Shara Singh. Let's start with Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning also to everyone on the platform. I think I'd like to start off by saying that, Matlosana doesn't lack plans or committees or interventions, as we've seen, or even structures, It has an it has a CFO, it has internal audit, it has an audit committee, it has impact, a council, and a financial recovery plan. So the question really is why there is still no consequence when those systems fail. And I think internal capacity, like the Deputy CFO explained a couple of minutes ago, cannot actually be the reason. Just then, a couple of questions. Year after year, the Auditor General reports failures in consequence management. In 24-25 alone, Matlosana, I think, incurred 714 million rand in unauthorized expenditure and 307 million in irregular expenditure. And the Auditor General also found that these amounts were not properly investigated to determine liability, and the municipality records no disciplinary action taken. Can the maybe tell this committee how many officials have actually been held personally accountable for UIFW expenditure over the last 3 financial years, say, and how much money has been recovered from the responsible officials or service providers? Then the second question, I also read that the municipality reports electricity losses of 44% and water losses of 57%, while the National Treasury norms we know are 7 to 10% and 15 to 30% respectively. And at the same time, residents are expected to pay increasing tariffs. We see this all over. Why should paying residents continue carrying the costs of catastrophic technical and non-technical losses? And what consequence management has followed against the officials responsible for reducing these losses? I think maybe we should get actual targets. What will electricity and water losses percentages be by the end of this financial year? And which senior manager will help accountable if those targets aren't obtained or if they are missed? Then just lastly, the committee cannot accept that a municipality spending approximately 85% of its allocated budget while achieving only 58% of its planned targets. And I know Honorable Menta has mentioned it briefly, but I don't think it was properly answered. You know, Matlosana had planned to reconstruct 1,150 toilets in Kanana and delivered, I think, only 5. And it planned to refurbish 8 water pump stations and completed none, like not one. Who was the responsible senior manager for these failures and what consequence management followed this? And why should this committee have confidence that the same administration can deliver the current year's infrastructure program? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Note those. Let's get to Honorable Neil May. Sorry, Type Bosch.
Morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, officials. Morning, honorable colleagues. Chair, we are largely covered, you know, because there's only so many things that are wrong in this municipality. But I've still got some, you know, some very specific questions. The first one would be in terms of the service delivery and infrastructure development. The 1,150 outside waterborne toilets in Kanana, there's no value attached to that. And there's also no indication that anybody is being held liable for that. And the same goes for the water pumps, all right? The 8 water pumps that were supposed to be refurbished with electrical and mechanical equipment, there is no value attached to that, so we don't know how much money was involved. And there's also no consequence management indication. Has anybody held responsible for that? How did this happen that this money is spent, but there's nothing to show for it? Okay. Then, Chair, unauthorized expenditure. Everybody spoke about the amounts there, all right, that doesn't make sense. So, it says that it's attributed to unauthorized expenditure primarily due to debt impairment on consumer debtors and on bulk purchases. Now, Chair, if you look at the amount of time, I think the average in the 1 year that average days Matlosana takes to pay their accounts is something like 500 and something days. All right. I'll get to the amount just now. But Chair, the saddest part of this thing is in this case, in terms of unauthorized expenditure, you know, it says again, the municipalities similarly disclosed, you know, in its annual financial statements that no criminal or disciplinary action had been initiated. I just want to know if that is still the case, and if so, why not? Then I want to move on to irregular expenses.
Honorable Atkinson, please mute. Atkinson, please mute.
Can the Secretariat please mute Honorable Atkinson? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Then unauthorized or irregular expenditure. Let's go there, Chair. Everybody mentioned the figures again on the irregular expenditure, so I'm not going to go there, but more specifically, again, okay. And I don't know that, you know, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but on the Auditor General's report, the municipality disclosed in the annual financial statements that no disciplinary action had been taken against any individual. So again, no indication of consequence management. It cannot continue like that, Chair, Honorable Chair. And when we go down, Chair, I just want to, yes, on the end of the General's report shows that there's contravention to the municipality's supply chain management policies, all right, remains the largest contributor to irregular expenditure in both the years that we're checking, 23-24 and 24-25, all right? Now, contraventions of the supply chain management regulator 6 and expenditure relating to expired contracts also increased during the year. And these trends indicate that the Supply chain management non-compliance remains the primary driver of irregular expenditure in the municipality, but again, there is no indication of consequence management. Nobody is being held responsible or liable. So we can just continue, and we're going to go on, Chair. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair. All right. You're looking at an increase in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. You're looking at an increase of plus minus 180 million rand. 180 million rand from the one year to the next. Okay. And again, I'm going to state the municipality further disclosed that no disciplinary action had been taken as the expenditure resulted from cash flow constraints. That somebody must be responsible, whether it is just somebody not doing their job. We don't have to necessarily steal the money, but somebody not doing their job. So there's consequences. There must be consequences. We cannot have no consequences. Thank you, Chair, for that one. I'm almost there. I want to go to contract management, Chair. It seems that there are no contract performance and monitoring measures in place to ensure effective contract management, Chair. The Auditor General's report attributes this to inadequate contract management controls, procedures, including unclear roles and responsibilities, or poor contract design with weak, missing, or key performance indicators and service level agreements, weak management oversight and accountability. Again, if there is no talks of consequence management, I am saying even if there's no money involved, somebody is not doing their job. So those that are not doing the job must be held responsible, Chair. Chair, I want to move on to expenditure. If we look at somebody spoke about the water losses with regards to water and the electricity losses being 44% and water losses being 57%. And I know the norms there, the treasury norms, should be between 7 and 10% for electricity and 15 to 30% for water. What I'm missing here is, and what I'd like to know from the municipality is, what are they doing? What have they put in place? What plans have they put in place to ensure that this does not happen again, Chair? And then, needless to say, them paying their water accounts or not paying their water accounts and their electricity accounts, the amounts of interest are enormous. They are enormous. It's more than double in interest over a single financial year, Chair. So something must be done about that, other than the fact that they're also losing their going concern rate. I was going to come back to you to that average. It was 500, almost 600 days, 597 days to pay their creditors in a 2024-25 financial year, exceeding the legislated payment period of 30 days. Now, a big difference between 30 days and 600 days, Chair. I think, yeah, Chair, then I don't know. I just wanted to go back to the COVID era. There seems to be something on the Auditor General's report in terms of some proclamation R23 of 2020, which is summarized in one of the tables. It's the SIU proclamation, Chair. Service providers were appointed without following the prescribed procurement processes. All the irregularities, we know it was a payday for many people. Suppliers of PPE were found to have inflated prices with quotations approved above these prices, and all those things going not according to the MFMA. There is no indication of any consequence management, anybody being liable or held liable for this or not. I would just like to know, Chair, the one on that COVID saga, they mentioned that some disciplinary referrals, 5 matters were referred to the municipality for disciplinary action. criminal referrals. 2 matters were referred to the National Prosecuting Authority. I would just like to know, Honorable Chair, what were the outcomes of those? Where are we with the case? Please, if we can get that. And then also, in terms of the consultancy firm that was appointed in 2015 by the Office of the Premier in the Northwest to investigate allegations of financial misconduct at the municipality. The investigation was completed and the report containing recommendations was submitted to the Office of the Premier. However, when the auditor then the audit report, the report had not been tabled before council. The accounting officer also referred the report to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigator, Hawks, for further investigation, which was still ongoing at the date of the audit report since 2015. Where are we with this investigation and what is happening there, Chair? Then I think, no, Chair, I will stop there. This one has been answered and I was happy with that answer. I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, please go on, Honorable Nilme.
No, thank you very much. And is it good afternoon? No, it's still good morning to our co-chairs, our colleagues from SCOPA and COGTA, our support staff and the delegation from Matlosana, led by the Mayor. Chair, what I would like to ask for the Mayor is Treasury withheld your July equitable share. And that was because of deficiencies in dealing with the UIFWE and consequence management. You've now received the money. I'm checking. And I want to know specifically how much UIFWE did Matlosana process through MPAC as a result of Treasury's intervention, and how much was recovered. Now, on slide 10, you talked about officials. The total of 16 officials have been subjected to disciplinary hearings. How many officials were subjected after the Treasury intervention to disciplinary action? How many cases were referred for criminal investigation? And by how much did your irregular expenditure balance actually decrease? Quite a lot of my questions have been asked here. The thing is, I want to commend on the progress with the SIU and lifestyle audits. I think that is positive. The next question is your PMU, the PMU in the city manager's office, or where is it placed? The other area that I wanted to question was what mechanisms are in place to ensure that council resolutions, the oversight recommendations, and the AGSA's remedial actions are tracked to completion with clear evidence of impact and accountability for non-implementation. So that is on the council, the oversight. Because what we've heard everything is we are doing this, we are doing that, we are doing this. What is actually concrete? Because you're saying that your internal audit is short-staffed. Your external, your audit committee, I couldn't quite hear. Your MPAC, is it fully operational? You said that the MPAC, I think, chairs with you. And your audit committee, is that in place? Chair, the last question, because a lot of the questions, I've just ticked them all off so that I don't waste much time, is how is the municipality ensuring that costs incurred for refurbishment and upgrades are not wasted due to recurring neglect or lack of safeguarding? And what accountability exists for repeat failures? We've heard about the insurance. I want to actually know a little more in the sense of what is the municipality doing to make sure that they're not incurring any more neglect on safeguarding of their assets? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can
Please
I
go
go
ahead,
ahead?
Honourable Member. We don't need to intervene in between.
Thank,
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
thank you, Chair, and my greetings to all in this meeting. Chair, there's a lot has been said about consequence management, about contract management, and the list of deviations. I'm not going to repeat those. However, the point I want to make is that when we have these deviations as a recurring occurrence year after year, then problem becomes, why is nothing being done about it to improve the situation? This is certainly not going in the right direction. There are just far too many emergencies that are being shown. And to me, that's a deeper underlying problem which results from no proper planning. So that is a serious concern. The other concern that I have is that a lot of the deviations in the value amount column is just showing as rates that are being charged. Considering a lot of these have happened prior to 2025, I'm sure all the amounts should have been available, because when we can't see the amounts, we don't know what the total amount is for each year, and that is a serious concern. I also want to find out, refuse removal is a standard function that the municipality has to provide, and it is continuously leasing a lot of trucks. So apart from the contract management side of it not being properly managed, I want to know, has any cost benefit analysis been done regarding the leasing versus the owning of these vehicles? Because the service will have to be done for years to come. They have to be provided by the municipality. Also, the procurement of something like PPE. I really find it hard to believe that it was impractical or impossible to follow official procurement processes. And I'd just like an explanation of how something like the procurement of PPE can fall into that category. I also would like some information on the emergency repairs to the municipal house. I think it indicated that the mayor occupies, of over R500,000. I really would like to know what this emergency constituted of that warranted that amount of repairs to be shown as an emergency. And exactly how is this house dealt with? Is it rented out, or does somebody stay there free of charge? Or what exactly is the situation? The question regarding billing was partly addressed, and that you now have insourced the service to read the meters. But considering your debtors book is considered to be an asset for your municipality, and you are basing your collection on that asset book, it was also mentioned by the mayor, I think, in his opening comments, that they had a shortage of water meters. So I want to know, what assurance can you give us that your debtors book is actually accurate? Because if you don't even have water meters and sorry, if you don't if you don't have water meters and the readings are incorrect, then I'm seriously concerned about the accuracy of your debtors book. And lastly, Chair, I would like to find out that the mayor and I think a lot of the officials that spoke acknowledge serious service delivery and governance challenges. And of course, we now all know that there is a mandatory intervention in place. So I would like to just know if there were any performance bonuses that were paid to any officials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Shall we do the same, Mayor, as we did last time? I thought it worked quite well.
Thank you, Chairperson. That echo again, can you close that? Sorry about that, Chair. Thank you. We are going to do the same, Chairperson. I'm going to start with the ones that are directed to me. The first one that was asked was the equitable share question, Chairperson, and the status. Yes, we have received our equitable share. The issues that were raised with regard to Matlosana were not about the creditors. They were mainly about the UFNW lack of consequence management. And the National Treasury had raised that the amount that was withheld, Chairperson, was 299 million, which was the first tranche. Now, Chairperson, the key challenge was that the historical and institutional issues of long outstanding executive vacancies. And this is also including the vacancies, the appointment of the Financial Misconduct Board and Audit, which in this regard, Chairperson, they were affected by the fact that was not really the making of the municipality. We had resignations that took place from the chairpersons of the board that I've mentioned, and the municipality had to then act flexibly and address the matter. I must say that in terms of, because we did not have time on that, we then had a shared service with the district in terms of our audit, and it's working very well. We have now in a process of dealing with the matter of the Financial Misconduct Board appointment. The progress is that the MPEC is fully constituted with an annual plan and term of reference have been adopted by Council on the 10th of June. And the MPEC set on the 16th of July 2026 to consider the report for irregular expenditure of about 1.5 billion. On the 12th of December, Council approved the write-off of about 797 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then on January 26, special adjustment budget of 714 million was approved by Council for write-off of unauthorized expenditure. The disciplinary board was established, and the meeting was held on the 13th of July and 14th of July of 2026 to consider the request for the information in the 8 cases that were raised. The other issues that the commitment we have made, the draft report on MPEG report by 31st of July 26, we submitted MPEG report to Council by 31 August. These are the commitments we have made with regard to what was requested from us by the National Treasury for them to then release our equitable share. And we have also made a commitment of paying of ESCOM a total of 180 million on release of the established allocation, and then also Midval a 70 million, and then Salga 5 million on release. And then that it's been done as per the commitment, and a report has been submitted to National Treasury. The implementation of Council Disciplinary Code is continuous. We had made a commitment with the National Treasury that from time to time would be submitting progress in that regard. And also the issue of the risk, if not resolved, withholding the equitable share, we have also dealt with the issue. And we are in continuous engagement with the National Treasury with this commitment. So in essence, our withholding of equitable share was mainly on implementation of consequence management, Chairperson. That's what our equitable share problem was. On the issue of the water meters, in my comments was not really that we did not have water meters. We are moving towards transitional process of having the water meters that are speaking to the current status, which are the what you call the latest technology of the meters that we are installing, which will be giving us a real time and accuracy in terms of our metering. And that we have done. We have started with about 2,700 meters that we have installed already. We are in a process of installing others. We are also installing, we have also installed, that is with regard to the smart meters. We have also installed what is called anti-tampering meters in Joburg Township, where people were not buying. And this is to address the issue of the technical losses that were mentioned by honorable members in terms of our electricity losses. And that project is being completed, and we are only left with one area that we must do that. We are working in collaboration with the Midval Water Company to address the water reductions issue. I've indicated, Chair, that we have adopted the water reduction strategies and electricity strategies. I must admit that the general norm, as indicated by honorable members, is as such. But we had a problem of aging infrastructure and then many other issues that were affected us. And I must admit that we are not hiding the fact that this is not what is required, but we are moving towards making it better. Chairperson, why I'm raising that is that after the adoption of the water reduction strategy, we were at 57, and in about 2 months, we are now at 51. I must say that if we can continue monitoring that, there will be improvement in that regard. Where we are lacking is on electricity loss, which is standing at 48%. And part of the issues is that what we have now dealt with, which is we have already done the project. It will give us the results, which is the anti-tampering meters, and also making sure that we build our infrastructure and improve it by putting on relays and other technical related issues. We have also established a rapid response team, which is monitoring the process and is part of the PER process, and it is gazetted, and it's monitoring the turnaround time of all the commitments that we have done. And also what is important, Chairperson, to address these matters, mainly on what the honorable member raised about the refuse trucks and all these other issues. We are moving towards managing the issue or reducing outsourcing of these critical resources. That speaks to our fleet. Chairperson, we have made an assessment that we have adopted at council. We have about 547 vehicles which are not giving us, when we do the calculations, are not really speaking to proper finances because their book value are less than what we are servicing them for. And we are in a process of getting rid of them in auction. We have done that, and it gave us a significant footing in terms of improving our vehicles, and particularly service delivery vehicles, to address these service delivery challenges that we have raised. After we have done that, Chairperson, we have managed to procure a fire engine, which is the latest technology that we are now having. We've procured 3 Land Cruisers bakkies. We have procured 5 times a ton truck for water to deal with the issue of outsourcing of water. We have now last week procured extra 2 water tankers, where we are outsourcing the issue of water tankering, particularly in the farm areas where we have not put on reticulation for water. But as we are doing that, we are installing steel pipes because we're in areas we have infrastructure. That is going to assist us in making sure that we deal with outsourcing. We've also bought double cab bakkies to deal particularly on issues of corporate and revenue collection, where we are doing billing and all these things. And that is really assisting. We have managed to also procure 2 TLBs just 3 months back, and 2 tractors 3 months back as well, 2 Ford Transit combis, 20 seaters, and a state-of-the-art latest technology testing a truck which is used by electrical to deal with our issues. Just last week, we have managed to buy the latest technology of a jetting truck, which is a 2-in-1 jetting truck. It deals with the jetting and also suction, and we are going to use it to clean our water, our outfall sewer lines, so that we reduce the sewer processes. We have bought the rollback trucks, about ton 10, 3 of them, and also 2 Ford Transit combis, 20 seaters. So this is just part of us trying to deal away with outsourcing of this equipment in terms of yellow fleet and vehicles. Chairperson, we have 7 running refuse trucks, and currently we've been repairing 7, which makes us to have 14 refuse removal truck. We need about 30 full to service the city of Matlosana, given its vastness. The reason we have outsourcing the remaining is because we did not have capacity. But I must indicate, Chairperson, we are in a process of internalizing the refuse removal process. We had bought already 5 internal that we are doing. We are using also our MIG to procure the waste removal trucks and other critical refuse, other critical service delivery vehicles. So, Chairperson, those are critical issues that I wanted to address that were addressed to me. But I also believe that the honorable members feel that the answer of the toilets were not sufficient. As the process was on, I requested PMU to give me accurate information. The actual process of the toilet that were built now currently, from what the AG has raised previously, is about 2,770 that are currently completed. Now, in essence, it means that the actual progress is at 67%, and the time lapse that is expected is 81% with approved EOTs. But what is important is that the practical completion would be in November 2026, and currently the expenditure is at 68%. Now, this is the correct information, which I felt that I did not do justice to it when Honorable Mente asked for it. I requested additional information. With regard to the 8 pumps, the 8 pumps is that this pumps is a Park Street, which is now currently running, and the Kanana booster is also at 100%. The Kanana extension is extension 6 is 100%, and then Lorraine and Ritgale are also at 100%. The ones that are not in fully compliant is Joburton Pump, which is 98%, and Kuma 60%, and Ellerton at 70%. And I would agree with the honorable members that the issue of oversight is important to see as to whether these are actually happening on the ground. And we are having a project steering committee, which is led by the executive mayor, which goes to projects and see as to whether the Israel projects are running on the ground. Chairperson, I think I've tried to answer the ones that were really directed to me, and I will leave the rest to the team, which is now going to be the municipal manager. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, honorable members, Executive Mayor, MPEG Chairperson, and my colleagues on the platform. I think the Executive Mayor just jumped one question with regards to the road that is incomplete. That would be the Skosana Street in Kuma Extension 11. We'll just like to report that that has since been completed, and it went up until phase 9, and the scope has been rendered as complete. Regarding the issue of the Midval and the city of Matlosana, and with regards to what the executive mayor have reported, what is owed to Midval is standing at about 2.8 billion. And we have communicated with Midval after doing our own reconciliation with regards to their billing practices, which we do not agree with. And this may also translate to about 1.5 billion plus that we of the opinion that Midval has overcharged the city. We have brought it to Midval's attention, including the exercise and documentation, and they are reviewing same to come back to the city of Matlosana. Regarding the issue of lack of consequence management that was Honorable Van Zyl had presented with regards to the 700 unauthorized, I would just like to report that in terms of the consequence management with the officials, that I will also just place on record that some of the officials are also undergoing disciplinary process, but also matters have been referred to the Financial Misconduct Board, which is processing the state officials, with specific reference to the UIF and W investigations that we have conducted and presented to council. Regarding the 16 officials that the members of the public may not have, if I may proceed, Chairperson, to just information indicate the positions as well as the nature of the misconduct, and with the progress thereon, and including criminal cases that have been opened in instances where we have open criminal cases. We have indicated this former chief financial officer who has been dismissed and was financial misconduct and went through the disciplinary processes in terms of the regulations. We've got an assistant director, SCM. It's non-compliance to policy and non-adherence to SOPs, including the financial misconduct. And this has been processed through the HRM processes of labor relations. We've got the admin office of SCM, Mr. Pelesani, non-compliance and financial misconduct. And the matter is still undergoing DC processes. Ms. Jane Zimani also has a financial misconduct, also an SCM compliance officer. also undergoing criminal case as well. We've got Ms. Radu Khonyana, also SCM admin clerk, HR processes, and this is the non-adherence to SCM policy, including the contravention of SCM SOPs. Stores clerk, Mr. Lopele, is also undergoing disciplinary process, also financial misconduct. And we've got Mr. Moyeng, store controller. He's also still under investigation. The matter's been under investigation. We've brought through labor relations. We've got Mr. Akers, who is the admin assistant director electrical, financial misconduct, and it's also undergoing financial misconduct. It's been referred to the financial misconduct board, as well as the deputy director electrical, Mr. Ranona, also financial misconduct, referred to the financial misconduct board. The assistant director sewer, this is non-compliance with the policy, including also dereliction. Mr. Pelusa, assistant director sewer, still investigated. Mr. Tau, also financial misconduct, including the dereliction and underperformance, is still undergoing DC processes. Ms. Moroka is the expenditure clerk, is undergoing DC processes, but has since been removed from functions and placed elsewhere. Mr. Sekwati it's an expenditure clerk. This was also one of the issues with regards to the double payment, and the recovery has also been initiated and successfully so. He has since been dismissed, and a criminal case is also pending, including that of Mr. Serami, who was a senior clerk. We've got Assistant Director Expenditure, Mr. Latoro. It's non-compliance to SCM processes, financial misconduct. He's also undergoing DC processes. And we also have Ms. Hoa, who is Assistant Director in Debt Collection Management. She's also undergoing disciplinary processes. Those are the 16 officials that are going through the process of disciplinary, but we also have a list that we will also furnish to the committee, including those that have been dismissed. And this is a specific reference to the market, the fresh produce market, and also issues of recovery that we have initiated in line with the remedial actions that are set by the AG in terms of the recovery and the MI that has also been indicated. There was also a question with regards to a full description or detail with regards to the dismissal of the Chief Financial Officer. The Chief Financial Officer was charged for financial misconduct and also exceeding her delegated authority, and also receiving gratification from a service provider. We have gone through the process of the disciplinary in terms of the disciplinary regulations for senior management, as well as two High Court applications that were not successful on her behalf, as well as the SCA. And we have just recently also got confirmation from the CCMA. And regarding the issue of the water pump with regards to no value, I believe the executive mayor has also indicated, and we will also give the committee a detail with regards to costs thereof that have been incurred in terms of these water pumps, but also indicating that the service providers' poor performance was also the reason why we terminated this contract, but we have since gone out on tender for a successful service provider who can assist us with these maintenance of these water pumps. No disciplinary or no criminal or DCs initiated. I've just indicated that there are disciplinary matters, and there are also criminal matters that have been initiated also from by the municipal manager in terms of contracts that they're still going through not DC process investigation processes internally, as well as external law enforcement. I've also referred these matters to law enforcement. Contract management, it was a finding of the AG that they seem to have no contract management in place. We have since corrected this, and there's a contract management committee that is in place that consists of directors and user departments chaired by the municipal manager, which also meets every bi-monthly. And this is also to address the issues of controls that are put in place in order to can also have monitoring of contracts. There is also the project steering committee that is chaired by the executive mayor, which we also report same to. And with regards to SLAs, that has also been dealt with. In terms of the SIU COVID-19 matters, 5 matters were referred to the municipality. And in terms of those 5 matters, 4 of those matters were successfully dealt with, and disciplinary process were conducted, and the SIU also assisted us in terms of the witnessing for us and in terms of documentation. The 5th matter, however, was not presented to us. We never received the referral because it emanates from, it would involve the then municipal manager. Open Waters 2015 investigations that were conducted. I'd just like to indicate to the committee that this Open Waters report was never tabled before the full council of the city of Matlosana. Council had also resolved that we need to request this report from the office of the Premier. The Speaker of Council had also written to the Premier requesting same in terms of this open water report. So as far as we can report, we cannot confirm in terms of the criminal matters that involves the open waters because this report was never presented to the municipality. PMU is currently placed in the Directorate Technical and Infrastructure, and mechanism in place to track implementation of council resolutions, including those of oversight. There is what we have as a resolution register of council, which the speaker also presents quarterly to council, but also we have an oversight committee which is chaired by the chairperson of MPAC, and there is a resolution register which every quarter we also, all departments need to go track progress and implementation of resolutions of council, which would be that one of resolution of MPAC. The executive mayor did indicate in terms of the rapid response in addressing the turnaround and in addressing the issue of over-reliance on external services. To just also indicate before I even forget, with regards to the irregular expenditure or SCM deviations, they are matters that have also been subjected to legal review in terms of contracts that have been awarded where when I came back into office after reviewing same, we subjected to a legal review, and those contracts have since been terminated, and we are starting with new contracts. But however, the service could not in totality be terminated because it was a plant hire, which also escalated our UIF and Ws in terms of irregular expenditure. We have since decreased the over-reliance on emergency contracting of services. We have gone out on repair and maintenance as and when. We've also built in internal capacity, ensuring that we are appointing service or prioritizing service delivery departments in order to can decrease in terms of us outsourcing issues of maintenance when we can have internal capacity to do same. And in terms of our ESCOM debt relief, the executive mayor did speak on it. We also have we had supposed to have a meeting with the AG yesterday regarding our MI with regards to ESCOM and not paying within 30 days. Our turnaround in terms of 500 days of service providers, that has also improved. We also are doing a creditors priority list and dealing with aged invoices. However, we've also had discussions previously and ongoing discussions with our service providers to indicate our financial position as part of our FRP, which also indicates that we need to engage with our service providers and also derive a payment plan so that we can be able to honor and also address issues of the turnaround time in honoring service providers. In terms of our expenditure, it's true that the municipality may not have been in a financial position that as well, but also we had to review in terms of our expenditure patterns. And this is what caused us to establish a cash flow management committee, which consists of senior management, as well as our BTO office, expenditure office, wherein in this meeting, we just don't discuss payment of service providers, but also we've got a financial recovery plan, but also a funding plan that we need to be tracking in order for us to increase our revenue and increase our going concern as a municipality. And this has also been flagged a few times by the AG, and we have addressed same and addressing it with the assistance of the PER. MPAC is fully functional. MPAC, however, we have requested assistance in terms of capacitation from the province, which they have assisted us, which also assisted us in terms of assisting MPAC with regards to investigations or interpreting reports for investigation that we would have submitted through the Section 32 committee. And we also have an additional capacity that we have received from the PER, the PER's committee of members that are joining the PER and will assist the municipality in addressing issues of aligning our policies to align and improve in terms of our audit outcome. And in addressing our audit outcome, Chairperson, I'd just like to indicate that the Executive Mayor did indicate that there are instances where the issues of billing and estimates, what we were doing as a municipality where we do not have access or where there is no readings, we would be estimating. But however, AG has found us wanting in that regard, and we have improved that because we are actually replacing and going to all those areas that the AG had also identified and sampled to go and address the issues of the stands, the issues of the meters, the issues of the electrical boxes, and it is turning out to be a successful project because we're also identifying indigents through that same system, Chairperson. And Dr. Ditsobotla is on the line, Executive Mayor, through you. If I may just request him to speak.
Well, thank you, Chair. Through you, can the PR on the platform to make additions, which is a provincial executive rep deployed in the city from the province? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, yes, you can, but can I just ask that we also concise in our answers? I appreciate the detail, but if we can, let's just get to the point as quickly as possible. Thank you. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me directly go to the following and make direct and concise comments. One is that in respect of the Midvaal Water Company, we have reconciled our statements of accounts dating back to 2015 up to 2025, and our conclusion is that there is an improper accounting treatment on the part of Midvaal by an amount of 1.5 billion, and we have asked them to write that off. Their board met last week, Friday, and we await a written response. We are more than confident in our conclusions, and we have tested this with the provincial treasury, and both of us have come to the same conclusion. That's one. Two is that we've got a functional cash flow management committee, functional contracts management committee. We've put in place a creditors priority plan. We have received a 380 million rand write-off in terms of the ESCOM debt relief. We have been approved to participate in the water debt relief program by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And in terms of the functionality of management, management is functional. There's only one vacancy in management. The position of Chief Financial Officer, there's been shortlistings. We are now going to the phase of interviews, and this was preceded by suitability of probity checks that were undertaken through the Office of the Municipal Manager and the Accounting Officer. Let me pause there and briefly state that in terms of the finances of the municipality, there are daily monitoring, weekly and monthly monitoring of expenditure management in the municipality. The PER has got access to the bank account of the municipality and is able to monitor the functionality and alignment to payment plans as well as the annual procurement plan of the municipality. Thank you very much, Chairperson, without being too elaborate.
Thank you very much. That was very, very helpful. Much appreciated. Executive Mayor, is there any more people to speak?
not uncovered, Chair. If there's any, I will just move from the direction of the committee.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the members? I'll come to you, Honorable Mend. I also have a couple of questions myself. Can I ask the members that had asked questions to just do quick follow-up if there's anything that has not been dealt with that you are not happy about?
Yeah,
Honorable,
yes, Chair.
Honorable Mend, I'll come to you. I'm just taking the 4 members from last time, then I'll come to you. Honorable Singh?
Thank you, Chair. Unless I missed it, I had asked a specific question about the over 500,000 repairs to the municipal house that the mayor lives in. And I had also asked a question if there were performance bonuses that were paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Taibosh?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, I don't quite think I got answers to all the different questions on the different consequence management issues I had, and I think there was about 5 of them, and then also in terms of the 2015 COVID matter, I don't think anybody covered that one, unless I missed it. Maybe I went to go get some water. But yeah, those are the 2 things that I don't think was answered for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mend, is it a missing answer from last time or is it a new one?
It's a missing answer, Chair.
Please go ahead, Honorable Mend.
Yes, thank you. It's on the 2 areas. One area is the area of rates, which was asked again by Member Singh. The rates price is not reflected. And it is important for it to be reflected on the deviation because it's different number of trucks. And we ought to know what is this rate that they are utilizing as a municipality to outsource when the contracts are not yet finalized on the tender process. It is important for us to know that so that we can see the fairness of the applied rate in terms of the monetary terms. The second one is the action taken and the reason why at a time when the AG came to the municipality regarding the toilets at Kanana, the 1,150 units were reported as only 5 units being done, yet the budget was spent already. Now, the mayor went to town to explain that actually they exceeded the amount. Worrisome. Why was the SGAG not given a proper documentation to prove that the work was being done at the time? For on my side, I can say comfortable so that at the time the work was not done. 2 things: who was supposed to have done the work and did not do the work. But most importantly, the expenditure which was already incurred by the municipality on these toilets, is it the same expenditure that they provided the units now you are speaking about? Is it even the same service provider which was supposed to have provided those toilet units at the time? The 2,000 you are speaking about now, is it new money? Is it old money? Is it the money that the AG was auditing? Where are we in respect of those toilets? Because to have the toilets now, when they were not there at the time where the AG was looking for them, is something that is not believable at all. Let's get a clear answer. You can be correcting what the AG finding is, but at the time of the finding, there was a malfeasance, and the malfeasance must be clear as to who is taking consequences for that. Then the last one, Chair, is on this outsourcing of consultants on the asset management, financial statements, and everyone, especially the one of the financial statements. I don't think this company is not capacitated enough to produce the work that assists the municipality. If the municipality continues to regress, it means this financial statement consultant person with the internal audit, they don't know what they are doing. So someone is talking.
Honorable Tybos, thank you, sir.
The consultant, financial management, financial statement people who are compiling them, as well as the internal audit that has been paid 8 million, consultant paid 4.5 million. Both of these people do not produce a work which comfortable tells us as parliament that there's some intervention of some sort and they do the work which is expected of them in assistance of the municipality, but most importantly, ensuring that the budgets which Parliament gives to the municipality is spent accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Mayor and your team, over to you. Same, the doc gave did exactly what we like, which is enough detail but concise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go straight to the one that was directed to me on the follow-up on the toilets. As in when the AG was on the ground, we had 5 toilets that were completed, and that's why the amount was there of 18948. The reason was that at the time, if you look into it, also reflects on our annual report, which is page 201 of 512. That at the time, the foundation slabs that were there, that were constructed, were 817, and not completed was 1,130 as at that time. And I must indicate that the other reason at the time that the project was being stopped due to the construction mafias, and we were in the process of unlocking it. Hence, there's been movement now with the numbers that I've currently submitted. But if the committee allows us, we can make an additional written response to the committee with all the facts that I've currently raised now, Chair. Thank you. I will give now to administration.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, Chairperson, through you. Chair, with regards to the performance bonuses, no performance bonuses were paid in the financial year that is under review. And with regards to the executive, the repairs, the emergency repairs that were done at the home of the Executive Mayor, we have a house of the Executive Mayor that we have as a municipality in terms of our asset register, and a previous Executive Mayor used to occupy that house. And when the current Executive Mayor moved into that house, there were a lot of defects in that house, with ceilings having fallen, including doors have been broken down, as well as security access, which was also needed to be repaired, and as well as the water and lights that were also not working. There were certain taps and certain lights in the house that were not working. This house is the property of the municipality. It is not rented out. It is in the asset register of the city of Matlosana. With regards to the reliance on consultants in terms of the AFS consultants, as well as the internal audit consultants, which the internal audit consultants, I can just also indicate that it has come to an end, but we are not considering going out for advert, and rather incapacitating our officials to can do this. We have always been, the city of Matlosana for the longest of time was overly reliant, if I may use the word, on consultants for professional services. However, we have reviewed the structure of the municipality to include internal capacitation and include vacancy of positions that we can fill in order to can move away from consultancies. In terms of our consultancy reduction strategy, this is also part in terms of incremental achievements thereon. And also, we have capacitated our internal staff with taking them through formal university qualifications, which they have since completed, and also build in capacity in terms of skills transfer. And we should be moving away from that. We have also taken the consultants to task with regards to the AG's finding in terms of the quality of our AFSs, as well as the recurring findings that the AG has also flagged the municipality on. Hence, we have an audit steering committee meeting to track these, and as well as also maintain the contract in terms of the consultancy reliance. Thank you. I think Chairperson, the members could have missed the SIU COVID-19 matters. We have dealt with those matters. Disciplinary processes were also conducted and outcomes were also received. The only matter that would remain outstanding and that the report was never received by the municipality was that of the former municipal manager, who was also labeled to be referred the matter for disciplinary or for further engagement with the municipality. Open waters, we have not received the report for open waters, but a request has been done, several occasions rather, to request that the municipality be provided with the report for open waters in order for council to can deal with the same report. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Executive Mayor.
All right. Sorry, can I just ask quickly on, so these are reports from the SIU you are referring to, correct? The reports you have not received? Are those SIU reports? Sorry, can you hear me? All right. Are other members able to hear me?
We can hear you, Chair.
No, we can hear
I
you.
have a point of order.
We can hear you. We just
Okay.
don't know where it disappeared to.
All right. I think they've dropped off. Am I missing something?
No, Miss Simayeto is on the call. I can see her, but she's mute.
Okay, Mr. Maitz, I was asking about the reports that you were saying have still not been received. Are those SIU reports?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, Chairperson, I was referring to the open water report. There was an investigation that was conducted through the Office of the Premier in
Right.
2015. And that is a report that has never been tabled to council. And that is a report that we requested from the Office of the Premier in order for council to can deal with that report.
Okay, so when was the report completed? In 2015?
I believe it's in 2015 because they keep referring it to the Open Waters 2015 report.
All right, so is there any reason why you have not yet received it? We are now 11 years later.
Chairperson, I don't know why we have not received it because we escalated it to council, and we've also requested, the speaker did write a letter to the Premier requesting a copy of that report, 2 letters if I'm not mistaken. And we since have not received acknowledgement or a report of any nature or a refusal, to say the least.
Mayor, have you dealt with this matter?
Yes, Honorable Chair. That's why we ended formalizing the request through the Speaker of Council, because the same was written to us by Parliament at some point, and national. I can't vividly remember which committee, but there was questions directed to us from Parliament with the same request. We then discussed it with the Speaker, and the Speaker had formally requested same, and we have not received it. So the matter is not come for the first time to us.
When was the first formal request that you sent?
I would not want to mislead council, but I know that the last one was this year, a few months back, if not 3 months, if not 4 months, or that back. But I can get that confirmation of the first request, Chair.
Okay, so, but I mean, during the course of your term, how many times have you requested this report?
I was the executive mayor from 2024, and I think it's the first time that we've requested it it's twice, Chair. It's twice we have requested it.
What answer do you get? No answers.
We have not received an answer yet, Chair. What we get, which is not officially discussed, is that at some point there was an attempt of the previous council to discuss it. They've never discussed the matter.
All right. Okay. I don't want to hog the conversation, but this is very concerning. It's 11 years. It might even have lost relevance, and I'm not sure why a document would not be shared when you colleagues interact with the provincial government on the regular, especially given that there is an intervention going on by the provincial government itself. But let me go to Honorable Mende. I think you had a point to raise.
Yes, Chair, I had a point of order. Ms. Simayezo is responding inadequately to the question of these consultants. We paid 13.2 million to both the internal audit and the financial statements consultants. Yet these are the people that could not provide reliable information and supporting documents for audit. Now the question is, none of them had picked this up and yet they still paid these people. That there was no capacity is one thing, but the very same people you hired and paid 13.2 million produced work that was questionable and they could not. One area, the AG says, they were due to a lack of supporting documentation. Then there was a material finding. The second area says the proper data collection process was not established. We paid 13.2 million to both internal audit and financial statements, and they could not compile proper financial statements to support the audit of the municipality and the annual financial statements of the municipality to the Auditor General. Question is, how do you pay such people that do not know what they are doing? That's the question, Chair. Not
Thanks,
what
Honorable Thanks, Honorable Mende. A related question to that, if I were to ask it from a different angle, what has impeded the consultants from being able to produce credible financial statement? Is it that municipal officials do not cooperate with them, do not produce documents when they are required? What precisely is the problem? So if you can answer those questions, but after Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So just following up on the SIU reports, we heard earlier that at the moment, no companies had been blacklisted, that the process was starting now. But my question goes back to previous SIU reports. In most cases, when the SIU makes a finding, they make a recommendation or a finding that companies need to be blacklisted. So in the previous SIU reports, were any companies or individuals noted to be blacklisted? And if so, why have they not been blacklisted as of yet? Because my understanding is your blacklisting register is null at the moment. So why have the SIU findings for blacklisting not been implemented? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mayor and your colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. The municipal manager will then respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there are instances where I just also need to clarify in terms of the two consultants. This internal audit consultants, there was instances where they also did preliminary investigation with regards to disciplinary matters of senior management. That was also what they were tasked to do. There were a panel of professional services that we also tapped into, or council tapped into, in order to can have full investigation on allegations brought against the municipal manager or the allegations brought against this chief financial officer. And with regards to inadequacy of information made available, which also limited the proper or quality AFSs, it's one of the other reasons that the SCM manager is also undergoing disciplinary process, because there were information and documentation which was handled by them. And in terms of record keeping, they were to be at their disposal and made available to the preparers of the financial statements, which was not done. Also including that in AG's finding, it also indicates that inadequacy of information that was provided, that also is related to our estimates and inaccuracies that the AG would say that we would be actually underestimating or overestimating, and there was no records to indicate same in terms of readings for the past year, because that would be the cut-off time in which the AG would then consider it to be an estimate within a prescribed or rather an acceptable time period. And SIU reports, we were referred in terms of disciplinary process against officials of the municipality, but in the reports that we had received in terms of DC processes, there was no company that was noted that we had to then deal with. We never received that report, or rather in my tenure or as a director as well, we received the reports that we had dealt with and also reported back to the SIU with regards to that matter. Can I also clarify the issue of rates? The rates in terms of the refuse removal. The rates of the refuse removal is emanating from an appointment that was made in terms of plant hire, where we are appointed in terms of rates specifically for the different plant that would be on the list of plants that we would tap into. And these rates would vary, but there would be a standard rate, which will be 1,200. But Chairperson, through you, I will make this information available before close of business this day to can afford the committee to also go through it in terms of the actual expenditure on the said refuse truck removals that we had utilized from that contract. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm indebted to the committee in the event I have missed a question, Chair.
All right. No, thank you very much. I just have some follow-ups. I do need to understand how you get to the end of an audit and documents are still available. Because am I correct to assume that there are updates provided to the municipal manager as well as to council as to how the audit is going? What I'm trying to understand is, why is it not that no action was taken when auditors started, at least firstly, the preparers of the financial statements were complaining, because I'm assuming that they would complain that they are not being given the documents. Was there no intervention at that time? And that's the first opportunity. The second opportunity is, even when the audit is being done, if there are employees who are not producing statements, how do you get to the point where the process is finalized and the documents are still not there? I'm trying to understand why nothing was done earlier.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, during the audit, that's when we also learned about the other missing documents, and we sought those documents, but some of them we have since recovered them. But Chairperson, in the previous audit, we also experienced what we call removal of documents or misplacing of documents. And that also necessitated that before the audit even started, there were suspensions that had been happening, and officials were also put on terms or removed from their respective departments. But that has since been corrected, because we have a clerk that is solely responsible, or a team that is solely responsible for the record keeping, and we've moved away from manual record keeping, Chairperson, to ensure that this has not been done. But rest assured, Chairperson, this was brought to the attention and action was taken, and we have also, in this audit, we were able to produce other documents that we have discovered during the process, and with other officials out of offices, we are just also recovering or discovering documentation that was somehow not produced or said to have been missing.
Thank you. Tell me, where were these documents? What's the issue? Were they being withheld? Was there no information management system at all? Had they been destroyed? And what did these documents pertain to specifically, as far as you know?
Some of these. Okay, over.
The acting CFO here. Let me just add to what the MM is saying. One, indeed, consequences has happened around those particular shenanigans with the missing document. One was around the bidding document, SEM processes, where Mr. Mdileni was suspended and even moved from being the SEM and to work elsewhere while still going through the disciplinary processes. That's one. Those were the bids whereby some of the losing bidders, the auditors, when they won the tender, it's got all the bids that participated. And then there will be the successful bidder, there will be the losing bidders. You will find that they will either find the winning bidder and missing the other losing bidders. And then when we require those documents for auditors to audit those particular bidding processes, we find that we don't find them. It's for that reason MM instituted disciplinary hearing around it. There was one suspended. That's one. Two is there were documents that they were removed around duplicate payments, whereby the then CFO has since been disciplined and discharged from or dismissed, for the lack of the better words, from the institution. There were a number of them. There done with yesterday, we have ultimately came to the end with her. She challenged the disciplinary process through the Mahigan High Court. She lost it. She went to the appeal court in Bloemfontein. She lost it, and then she went to arbitration. We got an award yesterday. So there were documents that they were removed here, and then the municipality discipline here. There were even cameras that shows when those particular documents they were removed. So it's around those particular stuff whereby they were limitation of scope for Auditor General that has ultimately flagged in the audit report to say they could not audit these sections primarily because there were the documents they were incomplete around that. So that is entirely specifically around those, and the consequences has happened. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Can we just stay on this a little bit more? So these are documents that were removed and destroyed. It sounds like.
Yeah, kind of like.
So what have the people been dismissed for? Is it negligence? Is it misconduct? What is it? I am going somewhere with this question.
Chairperson, it's negligence. It's a misconduct because we've got SOPs that we go by, and we've got SCM policy. So we've charged them for that too.
All right. So wouldn't you, when this kind of thing happens, get the impression that there was something improper in the awarding of the contract whose documents have been, of the bid, whose documents have been removed and destroyed? I mean, that's what would seem to be the reason, wouldn't it?
It would, Chairperson. There is one case in point that I would just also indicate that one of the issues that was flagged by the AG, or rather the documents was not made available as at the time when the AG was auditing, and the document has since been discovered. But also that document is also part of cases that are with law enforcement. and that contract has also since been terminated because of one or other issues that were presented, but importantly also what was discovered from the actual documents upon recovery of those documents.
All right. No, thank you. Because where I was going with this is that I would expect that the municipality then investigates specifically what went wrong with that bidding process and who was responsible. So that is the first thing. Now the Auditor General takes a sample of contracts. They don't look at everyone. Having seen what the pattern is, pattern of behavior in terms of the sample, has the municipality looked at all contracts overseen by the people who were involved in this kind of misconduct? Or did you just leave it at the sample?
We continue to do that, Chairperson. We did go through the contracts, especially those ones that were flagged and those ones that we've seen a pattern of it. So we are continuously doing that. We have done a whole lot of them, and we should be completed before the end, before the audit comes. But most of those contracts we did review, Chairperson.
Okay, and what have you found?
One, Chairperson, we even subjected it for a legal review to set it aside, the said contract, through the legal processes. And the others, Chairperson, we've also terminated because they were also not awarded correctly, or they were also not awarded, or the time lapsed in between, and they have since been terminated.
So in the cases
and
where
investigation has also been pursued in terms of the responsible official.
Okay, no, thank you. My last question is, so in the cases where you found that there was wrongdoing, what type of wrongdoing what was it? Was it, we are not getting a sense of what actually happened.
Chairperson, you would get instances where awards has been made that would be limited to the delegation of the Chief Financial Officer, where the MBD4s were not completed, the necessary tax clearance was not obtained as at the time, but award would have been made.
Okay, and I am assuming therefore that the people involved in the committees that took the decisions to proceed with this and make recommendations for the contracts to be awarded, action is being taken against them?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, if you could please favor the committees with a list of those contracts, as well as the what you found to be improper, and what actions are being taken or have been taken, and in instances where they are in progress, you tell us where in the process you are. That can be submitted in writing.
Will do, Chair.
All right, thank you. So let me not talk. Can I just ask? I don't see any more hands. I do have some questions, but I want to give the members an opportunity to ask any follow-ups that you have, because mine relate to the intervention by Treasury. But of the matters that have been canvassed so far, if there are any members that have got, you can put up your hands. In the meantime, let me just ask, the intervention by Treasury, the way it has been explained to Parliament and to the public is that the Treasury did not suddenly withhold funds. There was a back and forth taking quite a while until Treasury got to the point where they felt they needed to take action. What I want to understand is what made it difficult to do what the municipality eventually did and the money was released. What took so long? Or, to ask a different question, was Treasury incorrect in their version of how you ended up here? So in other words, did they suddenly tell you that they're closing the tap without any action? We just want to know why it got to the point where it did.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in December, we received communication from National Treasury with regards to the intention to withhold the equitable share. And we were to provide information to Treasury for them in order to release our equitable share. For the city of Matlosana, it is the UIFNW, and then not addressing the UIFNW or not illustrating the work of the impact or recommendations that would be done by the impact. We then proceeded in December. Impact did a report for council because they were also in the process of finalizing their report. That's how we got our equitable share released in December. But over and above that, there were other milestones that we needed to achieve as a city in order for Treasury to not withhold our equitable share going forward. And we had made an undertaking as a city that we would, by the end of August 2026, have achieved 75% of our UIFNW, or dealing away with our UIFNW through the necessary process. However, as at the time when Treasury communicating the withholding of the equitable share, we had not reached that milestone. In fact, we were lagging far behind. And this would be, I think the chairperson will be able to elaborate as to why impact as at the time could not have tabled their report, which the report I indicated is now being prepared and ready. And this also includes the report that the accounting officer in terms of Section 32 has submitted to impact as council has directed same. So that's where our equitable share was withheld, chairperson. And we also needed to illustrate to Treasury in terms of the functionality of the said impact committee, as well as the functionality of our financial misconduct board. And we have also provided Treasury with that, including minutes as well as recommendations that are being made from the two committees. And they also needed to illustrate consequence management that we have taken, and we have provided them an update and progress report in terms of where we are as a municipality, with an anticipation that by the end of this month, we would also have the impact report presented to council in terms of the functions of the municipal public accounts after the Section 32 has been presented, as it has been presented to the municipal public accounts. So that is where we are. I don't think I'm in a position to can say Treasury was wrong, chairperson, but we have since addressed issues that have been, we are continuing addressing issues that have been raised by National Treasury.
All right, thank you very much. Shall we hear from the chair of MPEC? I understand the chair of MPEC is with us. Because we don't want funds withheld again. However, it's important that the pleas of everybody from provincial government, provincial committees, parliament, the Minister of Finance, Minister of COGTA don't fall on deaf ears. And if there are bottlenecks in your own system, we need to know what they are, so that we can understand what then is being done to deal with them. So can we hear from the chair of MPEC what had been causing the delays? Because even if Treasury first said this in December, that on its own was an indication of problems prior to December, such that they felt it necessary to warn you in December. Now we end up with a discussion in June where it's made to appear as if this was a surprise, service delivery is going to be affected and so on. But I think we all have a responsibility to carry out our work with diligence so that it never ever becomes necessary for Treasury to ever threaten to withhold funds to begin with. So what I'm trying to understand on behalf of the committees is what had led to even the December notification. What was the difficulty?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. My name is Farouk Tagari. I'm the chairperson of MPEC at the city of Matlosana. You are correct. let me just come in and say, let me first start with challenges that MPEG has. The challenges is large volumes of historical UIF and W, but before I get there, I just want to mention to this committee, at one stage, MPEG was not working at all. The chairperson of MPEG was dismissed, and I think it was almost for a year where we sat without a chairperson, not doing anything at all. I just want to go back and take you where I come from. That's the first one. The other one is I want to say as I myself assumed position of MPEG as chairperson in June 2025. It became apparent that the committee was faced with significant historical financial management matters requiring urgent attention. One of the most concerning matters was the backlog relating to UIF and W, going back all the way from 2009. So particularly expenditure that had remained unresolved and had not been subjected to necessary investigation and consequence management processes. During the period under review, MPEG identified significant historical UIF and W balances requiring investigation and resolution. A report for fruitless and wasteful expenditure was tabled in December 2025, Resolution CC 216/2025 for 2019, 2020, and 2024-2025 financial years, and a write-off for the amount of 797,756,972. That was in December 2025. Now, historical irregular expenditure, a major focus of the committee was the historical irregular expenditure and had accumulated over a number of financial years. MPEG recognized that simply carrying the amounts forward from one financial year to another without concluding the necessary investigations does not address the underlying governance problem. A report on irregular expenditure will be tabled in the next council meeting, which we are currently busy with. I just want to make mention to you that we are busy with irregular expenditure to the amount of 2.2 billion and unauthorized to the amount of 1.4 billion. We are currently busy investigating, and it will be tabled by the end of this month. And this dates back from 2009, like I've said. But let me come back to the challenges and experience at MPEG. We had large volumes of UIF and W that I've said. Postponement of MPEG meetings is a problem. Non-attendance by some committee members affecting quorum and functionality. Limited capacity and resource to deal with the historical UIF and W backlog. For now, MPEG is not fully capacitated. I want to make mention that we only have one person in the office, which is the manager. She was appointed in this year, February 2026, chairperson. Yes, I think I also want to appreciate and say to this committee, MPEG recognizes and appreciates the cooperation with external oversight institutions, including since we've started, like I've said, we have the assistance from provincial legislature, we have the assistance from provincial treasury, COGTA has been assisting us, the Auditor General has been assisting us, and I want to also make mention that Provincial Public Accounts Committee has also been assisting this committee. Since I've taken over, like I said, last year, June until now, these are the external oversight institutions that has been assisting us. That is why we've been moving going forward, and they are assisting us as well, currently as well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. So can I ask for the capacity question for the committee? How many people is it supposed to have supporting it in the ordinary course?
Chair,
how many vacancies do you have?
4. We still have 4 vacancies, Chair. The manager has been appointed. We still in need of a researcher, legal, and admin.
Why are those people not in place? Is it a budget issue? Here's why I'm asking, so that I play open cards with you. A part of what appears in some institutions, municipalities in particular, to be a pattern of deliberate paralysis of the system, so that the kind of information that is required in order to assess whether the governing is happening properly or not, is that there are certain critical nodes of accountability that are paralyzed. MPEC being one. It's not the only municipality where we've noted that MPEC doesn't appear to have capacity at all. In other words, it's there in name only, but the capacity has been taken away. And that's why I think it's important that we get to understand why there are vacancies. If the people not been found?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the impact structure did not make provision for additional capacity. It has since been adopted to make provision for those officials to be appointed. We, however, also subjected to what the MEC's officers also advised, job evaluation, because these are new positions just for those two. But in terms of the administration, that can be, it actually was in the process of appointment because the impact chairperson, the impact manager resigned, and we then appointed the new manager, and she then is proceeding with filling the actual office. But those two additional new positions are subjected to job evaluation, which is in progress, Chairperson. That's why we also, in the interim, requested that we be capacitated through provincial government.
All right. No, thank you very much. So when was this structure changed to cater for capacity now?
It was in 2025, July.
Okay, so we are a year down the line.
Yes,
So colleagues, the reason all of this conversation, it might appear that I'm being pedantic. So do you see how the national conversation ends at appears to begin at end at why is national government intervening in a heavy-handed way? But the real problem is that the system of accountability at the entity itself has been paralyzed, precisely to make sure that the kind of things that you were telling us about, impropriety in supply chain management, documents being stolen and destroyed, and so on, that MPEC basically is a car that is on three wheels and cannot move. And then when eventually there is an intervention, the conversation is about the intervention itself and not about the failure to do what needs doing. So I am thankful that the structure has been changed. So don't take this to mean that we do not recognize the interventions that have been made in order to remedy the situation. I am also saying that in order for us not to end up having conversations like this, it's also important that institutionally that this needs to the institution itself needs to have self accountability in that way. So can I then ask that we are provided with a progress report? In fact, what I will propose is the following: that towards the end of this administration, I would propose that towards you've got until the end of September for this particular report that I'm going to ask for, and that is a closeout report that will be sent to the committee, highlighting or identifying all the issues that have been highlighted by the AG and other institutions, and also by Parliament, and saying where you are in terms of addressing them. This is so that when there is a new administration, because next year the committees will go back to these municipalities. You've heard the Honorable Member earlier on suggesting that we do actual oversight. We will. And because we are not doing this because of the individuals you are, when we get back, we need to have the same document that the next administration will have, so that we can pick up the conversation and make sure that we do not go back to the same story again, where MPEC once again doesn't have enough people. And one of the things we want to see is the progress you are making in terms of capacitating MPEC. I do not think we should get to the end of this administration's term without those appointments being made. That's a process that needs to be accelerated. Otherwise, you are going to have the taps being closed again by the treasurer. So I'm hoping that Mayor and MPEC Chair and Municipal Manager, we are in agreement on this.
We are fully in agreement, Chairperson. That's in order.
All right, thank you very much. May I ask the honorable members if they've got any other questions? Okay. Honorable Skosana does have. Over to you, Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Chair, once again. I had requested earlier that the attachment that deals with 16 officials who have been subject of disciplinary processes due to the fact that they may have played a role in contributing to the municipality acquiring the UIFWE. So I had requested that if that attachment can also be placed on record for the benefit of the public, because as much as we may have that document, but the public may not know who are we talking about. If they can just present it and say, official X did what, and then this were the processes that that particular official went through, official Y did this, and then he or she was found guilty of that. If that information can be placed on record, unless if that was done, because there was a period where I stepped out for 15 minutes. I apologize if it was done, but if it was not, I'm requesting that to be done. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Mkize, we can do that certainly.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, let us please do so, Mayor. And that is that you just need to present that document briefly. I think we will then be able to wrap up. So in other words, the consequences that you guys have. So we need to see that that list.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to give to the municipal manager to take us through that document quickly. Ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it is a document wherein I was reading the different charges to the officials. I just need to get it. I just need to go to the said document and just read them out again on record. Chairperson, it is also provided to the committee on page 129. If I can just be allowed to open the device.
Sure, no, you can do that, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll just in brief, there are 16 officials, one being the former Chief Financial Officer, which was charged for financial misconduct, and it went through the Finance DC board, as well as a criminal case has been opened. They've about 2 cases that she is currently also going through. Those are criminal cases.
Sorry, can I ask if you're not able to share are you able to share the document on the screen? No?
I can do that, Chair.
That will take us quicker through it.
No, this does not have
Chairperson, what page can she mention the page again?
What was the page, Ms. Yams?
Page 129, Chairperson.
Page 129. Okay, but if you're struggling, you can just place the list on record then verbally.
Thank you, Chair, because I think it's just going to download and take a bit of time.
Okay.
But Chair, if we can just go to page 129, it lists the officials as well as the positions that they were occupying or are still, or some of them still occupying, Chairperson. Ms. Petla, which was finalized with a dismissal, and we've got the Assistant Director Mutileni, who is Assistant Director of SCM for non-compliance to policy as well as financial misconduct. It's also been processed through the labor relations, and no criminal case has been opened yet. And we've got SCM, Mr. Belasani, non-compliance to policy, and also the SOPs. And it's currently being processed through DC processes, and it is pending and it's ongoing. This also includes that of Mr. Mutileni. We've got the compliance officer, Ms. Jade Zimani, who's also financial misconduct and non-compliance to policy, and it is currently going through DC processes, and there are also criminal charges that she is also facing. And we've got Ms. Radingwana, also SCM admin clerk, also going through DC processes. This is for negligence as well, Chairperson. The following, both Ms. Radingwana, Lobelo, and Moeng, it's also negligence, and Moeng is still under investigation, and this is also financial misconduct on Moeng that is still under investigation. We've got the Assistant Director, Mr. Akers of Electrical, also financial misconduct. It has also been referred to the Financial Misconduct Board, and the DC process is still ongoing. I've also provided information to law enforcement regarding this matter, as well as the Deputy Director Electrical, Mr. Ranona, financial misconduct, also going through DC, was referred by the Financial Misconduct Board to the Financial Misconduct Board. We've got the Assistant Director SUA, non-compliance to policy, as well as the dereliction chairperson, and also negligence investigation is in progress. We've got the Assistant Director Dao, also non-compliance with policy, both SCM policy as well as SOPs and financial misconduct. We incurred costs in this matter. It's still undergoing DC process as well as recovery processes, but the municipality had not yet quantified. Expenditure clerk, Ms. A. Moroka, also financial misconduct, undergoing investigation, has been removed from her position as well. Mr. Sekwati has expenditure clerk, also non-compliance and financial misconduct. We've also made recoveries and also opened a criminal case in this matter. Pardon me for just not indicating same, and he is currently dismissed. Senior clerk, Mr. Serame, also DC processes have been finalized and also issued a non-recoverable amount. There was no financial loss. However, criminal case has also been opened for fraud. Mr. Leclerc, who is the Assistant Director Expenditure, also non-compliance and financial misconduct. The DC processes is still underway, and also for negligence, as well as Ms. Hoa, who is the Assistant Director for Debt Management, non-compliance to policy and financial misconduct, and it's also undergoing DC processes. And Chairperson, in terms of the recovery of funds or loss, that was the market I was speaking on earlier. It's also on page 132. We've got Mr. J. Magume, non-compliance with the policy and financial misconduct. Charges were referred to the DC board. Legal process is in place, and amount of 2,000 has since been recovered from him. He was a cashier at the market. We've got Mr. Twane, who DC processes have also been in progress. The matter has also been handed over to attorneys for recovery in terms of loss that was incurred. And we also have Mr. Van Skalkwyk. He went through DC processes and he resigned, but we have also initiated recovery processes through the attorneys, as well as Mr. Ramabod, who also resigned, but we have also initiated recovery process, and this through the pension fund, as well as Ms. Sabotile, who was also dismissed, but we're also pursuing the recovery processes, Chairperson, and summons have been served, and we are actually in court in these matters, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Siametso, for that. Honorable members, would I be safe in saying that we have come to the end of this session? We were intending to finish at 1:30 and then reconvene at 2. Would any of the members have an objection if we asked the next guests to join us at 1:30 if we break now, and then we reconvene at 1:30? Would any of the members have an objection? Because then it would help us finish later on in the day. Can we do that? Okay, I don't know if silence is consent or yes. So, Honorable Atkinson.
Yeah, I know the initial plan was for us to sit this evening, so I assume we're going to do it this afternoon instead.
Yes.
How long is this afternoon session going to be, as a matter of interest?
Around the same time that we've just done now.
About 3.5 hours.
Yeah, so we finished a bit early, but if we start earlier, we should be done by 5, I think.
Right. Okay.
Instead of carrying on into the evening. We had addressed it at the beginning of the meeting. So can I just ask that, because we don't know the availability of our next guest, the Secretariat will get in touch with them, ask them to join us at 1:30. If they are not able to, in other words, we still going to start at 2, we will then inform the committees that they're not yet available, but I am hoping that they will indulge us, and therefore that message will be put on the WhatsApp groups before 1:00, because the Secretariat will do it quickly, so that we can inform the members on both WhatsApp groups that we can start at 1:30. We should give us a 45-minute break now instead of 30 minutes. So see you all at 1:30. The second thing is that I just want to thank our guests. Mayor, thank you very much. I also want to thank your colleagues. We don't suppose that the work that you are doing is easy. We know that it's a lot of work, but this tension and checking and challenging between Parliament and yourselves is necessary. It's what our system is designed to do, so that we can get maximum accountability and benefit on behalf of the South African people. So please, I hope you've taken note, and the Secretariat will remind you of the information that needs to be provided to the committee. But before you go, I just want the chair of COGTA Portfolio Committee to make the final closing remarks. Over to you, Honorable Dr. Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I certainly agree with your approach, firstly in terms of the breaks and the inviting the next guest to come a bit earlier. Let's thank the team from City of Matlosana for their input. I've been looking through, after our last visit, they did send a report that came through to indicate the response to a number of issues that we had raised. And I must say that going through it is quite encouraging, because it does appear that there's actions taken on a number of issues that we had raised. It was one of those very lengthy engagements at the time, But I think what we really require, Honorable Chairperson and members, is the report that shows the impact of all the actions that they have taken. There's been quite a lot of concern about the negative image on the city of Matlosana. Each time it came out into the public, it was because of various negative issues, service delivery issues, management issues, political instability issues. And we really want to propose that on all the actions that are being taken, we need to then make sure that we turn that around. In particular, there were issues raised about actions that needed to be taken on leaders, political leaders who gave illegal instructions to the CFO that such do need to be continuously given attention. Then, of course, there has been a major concern around issues of service delivery. Issues of sewage have been dealt with, issues of road maintenance have been dealt with, and we hope that we can get concrete information that indicates exactly what happened here. There was an issue around the construction of toilets that we need that to be properly reported from our point of view, so we don't remain with a discrepancy on what the Auditor General had recorded and what the team is telling us. The issue of the Eskom and Mid-Val debts, we need a lot more information there, again, to give us a sense of progress in this regard. Firstly, the issues of where they are, the kind of payment approaches that they are using, and the extent to which they have indicated that they've got write-offs. Let's see that in context, and then let's also have a sense of what about the interest charges that they've been incurring at, each time it would over 50, in some point on Eskom it was 200 million, went down to 58. And where are we now? What about water? Same issue, the figures were about 100 million at some point, and then came down to about 58 million. And where are we now? So all of that needs to be given in a kind of proper breakdown that comes to us. Then at least the other issue that was highlighted was about the market dues and the action there. At least we have seen the report there, and so we need to get a progress with time as to where those issues have gone. But certainly this is an issue that's important in relation to revenue generation and consequence management, and so we are very interested in the focus on that issue. Issues on pollution on water have been dealt with, have been raised, and again, we need to keep our reports indicating that there is, continuous improvement in that regard. Then the major issue that we have spent quite a lot of time to deal with is around the question of the UIFW issues, and the question really was why they had to find themselves in default to fall on the list of municipalities that do not get their equitable share. So I think the point again you have raised about emphasizing the strengthening of the MPEC and the audit committees and internal audit units becomes very important. Here, we need a proper report as to what were these weaknesses. They've just been highlighted verbally, and what actions are being taken to correct them. We're not just looking at what is the plan, but we're also looking at the impact thereof in reducing and properly resolving the issues of UIFW without a lot of delays. And there's been the issue about the weaknesses that are being addressed. Again, we need to have something that continuously show the improvement in this regard, so that there's correction on the procurement, irregularities, contract management. The issue of consult replacement strategy is not quite satisfactory. I went through some of the report. When they reported last year, they actually said, the mayor said, look, replacement of consultant is out of the question at that time. Now we're saying that actually not replacing consultants is out of the question. So we need to get a proper strategy here. Ultimately, you've been spending quite a lot. In fact, the figure I had in the last audit was 32 million that's being spent on consultants instead of having your own internal capacity. So all of those issues do need us to get proper attention. So I would say you've raised an issue about the availability of the SIU report. And I think, again, we do need a way of how that gets to be finalized so that we can see the report on what happened thereafter. Ultimately, then get to improvement of the revenue collection, as it were. At least on the action on the CFO, we have seen the action there, and certainly I've circulated, I've picked up as well. They didn't share with us, but the award from the ultimate dismissal so that's again on the right direction. So I think, Chairperson, where we need to go is, okay, some of these, even the vacancies from 27%, which we had before, your report is that it's less now. So let's move from there to see where is the impact of all of this. So when we come back, we really want to see the impact of this in terms of post-audit recovery program, revenue collection on the improvement on the resolution of UIFW and on the improvement on the water, sewage and supply and road maintenance issues, and also the improvement of the image of the city of Matlosana. Ultimately, that's what we want to see. So we need not to look at a report, but we need to really have an impact on the ground. So that for me would be my comments, but I want to say thank you very much for the engagements to all the members, and thanks to you, Chairperson. We could then excuse the city of Matlosana at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make the short announcement. So we'll resume at 2 because the colleagues from Ditsobotla are traveling to a venue that has got a stronger connection. So 1:30 p.m. would not be possible for them. So could I ask that we still convene at 2 o'clock? The Secretariat has just given me that feedback, and they had gotten in touch with them to see if we can't get together at 1:30, but they won't be able to. So can we then convene at 2? Mayor, thank you so much to you and to your colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair and the committee.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll see each other at 2 then. Thanks, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.